Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories, where quiet stories lead you dreamward. Before we begin, make yourself as comfortable as you can. Let the lights be low. Let the room feel safe. Let your breath move slowly, in and out, without needing to change anything too much. The day has done enough now. You can let it rest. Tonight, you are listening to a peaceful story written for adults who want something atmospheric, gentle, and quietly absorbing, something interesting enough to follow, but soft enough to fall asleep to. As you settle in, you are invited to leave a small comment saying where you are listening from. A town, a country, a cozy room, a rainy window, whatever feels right tonight. If the story brings you calm, you can leave a like. And if you would like more long, soothing stories for sleep, you are welcome to subscribe. Now, take one more slow breath. Let the outside world fade. And let the story begin. Tonight, follow Rowan down a quiet forest road to a village hidden beneath the roots of an ancient tree. Its lanterns glow with fireflies. Its houses sleep among moss-covered roots. And beneath every path, every doorway, and every warm window, the great tree is listening. Rowan has been walking for many days, carrying more than just the pack on his shoulders. But in Alderroot, no one asks him to explain why he is tired. They simply offer him food, shelter, and a room facing the moonlit leaves. Then, after the third hum of the night, a strange token appears at his door. Tomorrow. And somewhere deep inside the giant tree, a hidden door begins to wait for him. So settle in, breathe softly, and let the village beneath the giant tree lead you gently dreamward. The village that slept beneath a giant tree. By the time Rowan first saw the tree, evening had already begun to gather itself into the forest. It came slowly, way gentle evenings often do in old places, not falling all at once, but arriving leaf by leaf, shadow by shadow, until the path ahead had softened from gold into green, and from green into a kind of blue stillness. The road beneath Rowan's boots was narrow and quiet, covered in a fine brown dust that held the shape of every passing thing. Deer hoofs had crossed it at dawn. A cartwheel had moved along it some time before noon. And now, near dusk, Rowan's own tired steps pressed into it one after another. Not hurried, not eager, only steady enough to keep going. He had been walking for many days. Long enough that the sound of his own pack against his shoulders had become familiar. Long enough that the little brass buckle at his left side had learned to tap against his belt in time with his stride. Long enough that the world behind him no longer felt close, though it still lingered somewhere inside him like an old room whose door had not been fully closed. He was not running from anything, in the way people sometimes meant it. There had been no chase, no shouting, no sudden departure beneath a storm-dark sky. He had simply reached the end of one season of his life, and found he had no strength to begin the next one, where he stood. So he had taken the road north, then east, then wherever the smaller paths seemed kind, sleeping beneath hedges and haylofts, once beside a chapel wall where the stones kept the day's warmth long after sunset. He had told himself he was looking for work. Then he had told himself he was looking for quiet. But as the forest deepened and the air changed, Rowan began to wonder whether what he was truly looking for was somewhere that did not ask anything of him for a while, somewhere that would let him arrive without explaining himself. First sign of the village was not smoke, nor bells, nor voices. It was light. A soft amber glow appeared between the trees ahead, low to the ground at first, no brighter than a candle seen through folded linen. Rowan paused at the bend in the road and lifted his gaze. The forest here was old, older than any woodland he had crossed in his travels, its trunks wide and weathered, its branches interlaced high above like the beams of some vast, living hall. Moss grew in deep green cushions over fallen logs. Ferns leaned over the path in loose, feathery sprays. A fine scent of rain lingered everywhere, though the sky had been clear since morning. And there, beyond the lascaux ranks of trees, a glow moved and multiplied. One light became three, three became a dozen. Then the forest opened. Rowan stepped out beneath a ceiling of leaves so high and broad, for a moment he forgot to breathe. The tree stood at the center of the hollow. It was not merely large. Large was a word for barns, for towers, for hills seen at a distance. This tree seemed to belong to another kind of measure altogether. Its trunk rose from the earth, like a dark, ancient column, wider than a house, wider than several houses, its bark folded in long ridges of silver brown and deep umber, each groove holding moss and shadow, and the faint gleam of small lanterns tucked into hollows. Its roots did not disappear beneath the soil at once, as ordinary roots did. They arched and curved through the village like pathways, bridges, walls, and sleeping animals, some as broad as roads, some hollowed gently into doorways, some winding over streams or dipping beneath little mossy tunnels. The village had been built among them. Small homes rested in the embrace of the roots, their wooden doors rounded and polished by many hands. Windows glowed warmly behind green glass and thin curtains. Some houses were tucked beneath overhanging root arches. Others had been shaped into the natural hollows, between great wooden limbs that rose from the earth before sinking back down again. Moss covered the roofs like soft blankets. Little bridges of woven branch and stone crossed from one root path to another. Firefly lanterns hung from curved iron hooks, their light neither flame nor crystal, but something living and golden, pulsing softly as if breathing with the evening. Above it all, the leaves of the giant tree stretched outward in impossible layers, catching the rising moon and breaking it into shifting pieces of silver. These shadows moved across the ground, across doors, across the small round windows, across Rowan's hands as he stood at the edge of the hollow with dust on his boots and silence in his chest. He had seen old places before, ruined watchtowers, stone circles, forest chapels with ivy closing over their windows, but this was not a ruin. This was a place still being loved. For a while Rowan did not move. He only listened. At first there was the ordinary hush of a village settling into night, the door closing gently, a kettle being lifted from a stove, the far-off murmur of water moving over stones, someone laughing softly from inside a house, then quieting again. Somewhere nearby, broom swept across a wooden threshold. Somewhere above, leaves whispered against one another in the faintest wind. Then, beneath all of it, Rowan heard the hum. It was so low and soft that he thought at first he had imagined it, a note without words, a sound not quite like music, not quite like wind, not quite like the murmur of the earth after rain. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from the roots beneath his feet, from the great trunk at the heart of the village, from the leaves high above where moonlight trembled. The hum moved through the hollow slowly, not loud enough to disturb, not strange enough to frighten. It was the kind of sound a tired person might hear just before falling asleep and mistake for memory. Rowan took one step forward. The note deepened, or perhaps he only noticed it more clearly then. It touched something low inside him, somewhere below thought, somewhere older than worry. His shoulders, which had carried more than his pack for a long time, loosened by a small degree. A wooden sign stood beside the path. where the forest road became a root walkway. Its letters had been carved by hand and painted with a green so dark it was almost black. Welcome to Alderroot Walk. Softly after sunset. The tree is listening. Rowan read the words twice. The tree is listening. A quieter man might have turned away, thinking the village perhaps too peculiar for a night's rest. A more curious man might have entered eagerly, full of questions. Rowan was neither, not any more. He was only tired, and the lights among the roots looked warm, and the hum beneath the leaves did not feel unkind. So he walked softly, as the sign requested, and entered Alderroot, as night opened around him. The root path curved beneath his feet, smooth from long use. It did not feel like wood exactly, nor like stone, but something between the two, firm and faintly warm even in the cooling air. Along its edges grew tiny white flowers, no taller than his thumb, their petals closed for the night, their leaves beaded with dew. Fireflies drifted near them, gathering inside glass lanterns whose doors had been left open. None of the insects seemed trapped. They came and went freely, carrying their glow from lantern to lantern, as if tending small golden hearths. Rowan passed the first house slowly. It had a blue wooden door with a brass handle shaped like a leaf. Above it hung a wreath of dried herbs, and beside it stood a pair of muddy boots, a child's small cloak, and a basket of pale mushrooms covered with a cloth. Through the window he saw the blurred shape of a table, a hanging lamp, someone's hand moving over a bowl, steam rising. The sight of it was so ordinary and so tender that Rowan looked away, feeling unexpectedly as though he had glimpsed something private. Further along, the path split around a root as high as his shoulder. One way led toward a little square where several villagers moved in the lantern glow. The other wound upward across a moss bridge toward houses built higher among the roots. Rowan chose the lower path, following the faint sound of voices and the smell of warm bread. The village square was not truly a square. It was a clearing between roots, round and uneven, paved with flat stones, set carefully around the living wood. At its center stood a well, though the well seemed to grow from the tree itself. A root curved around it like a protective arm, and water trickled from a small spout carved in the shape of an open leaf. Beside the well, board displayed notices, written on scraps of bark and thick hand-made paper. Rowan slowed as he entered the lantern light. A few villagers looked up. No one stared. No one rushed toward him. No one asked his business. They simply noticed him in the gentle way people notice rain beginning or a bird landing on a fence. An old man with silver hair nodded once, while tying a bundle of kindling. A woman carrying a tray of covered bowls gave Rowan a brief, warm smile. Near the well, two children sat cross-legged, sorting smooth stones into little piles by color. One of them whispered something to the other, and the other glanced at Rowan's dusty boots, and then back at the stones, apparently deciding that travelers were less interesting than green pebbles. This suited Rowan perfectly. At the far side of the clearing stood a larger building with a low moss roof and windows glowing honey yellow. A wooden sign hung above the door, painted with the image of a cup, a bed, and a single leaf. The root and lantern. Beneath the sign, smaller letters read, "Food, rooms, quiet." Rowan found that the final word comforted him more than the first two. He crossed the clearing and stepped inside. Warmth met him at once. The room beyond the door was low-ceilinged and softly lit, shaped partly by carpentry and partly by the natural curve of the root that sheltered it. The walls were paneled in smooth wood, but here and there the living grain of the great root showed through, dark and polished, like the back of some ancient creature sleeping peacefully around the room. Shelves held clay cups, folded blankets, jars of tea leaves, and little bundles of lavender tied with thread. A fire glowed in a stone hearth, small but steady, giving off the scent of cedar smoke. There were only a few people inside. A woman sat alone by the window, mending a sleeve. Two men murmured over bowls of stew near the fire. Behind the counter, someone was writing in a ledger by lamplight. She looked up when Rowan entered. She was perhaps in her 60s, perhaps older. It was hard to tell, for her face had the kind of gentleness that made age seem less like a number and more like a weathering. Her hair, long and gray, was braided over one shoulder. She wore a dark green shawl pinned with a wooden brooch shaped like a leaf. "Evening," she said. Her voice matched the room, low, warm, unhurried. "Evening," Rowan replied, removing his cap. Woman studied him for no more than a moment. Not rudely, not with suspicion, simply enough to see that he had been walking far, and that his tiredness sat deeper than his bones. "You'll be wanting a room," she said, "if one is free. One is free for anyone who arrives before the third hum." Rowan hesitated. The third hum? The woman's smile did not widen, but something kind moved through it. "You are new to Alderroot." "Yes." "Then the first hum is the one you heard when you came in. The second comes when the village settles. The third comes when the tree begins remembering. After that, we let the night keep to itself." Rowan looked toward the window, where leaf shadows drifted over the glass. The hum was still there, very faint beneath the ordinary sounds of the inn. "The tree remembers every night?" he asked. "Most nights," she said, closing the ledger. "Some nights it only breathes." It was the sort of answer that should have invited more questions. Instead, Rowan found himself too tired to ask them. The warmth of the room had begun to reach his hands. The smell of stew had reminded him how little he had eaten, and the woman behind the counter had already turned to take a key from a row of hooks. "I'm Rowan," he said. "Mara," she replied. "This is my inn, though the tree holds it together better than I do." She placed the key on the counter. It was made of dark iron, old but well kept, tied with a green ribbon. "Room 7, up the root stair, second door on the left. I should see us inside. Window faces the eastern leas. Supper first, if you like." "I would like that very much. Sit by the hearth." Then Rowan did. He took the chair nearest the fire, but not too near it, setting his pack carefully beside him. The chair creaked in a friendly way as he lowered himself into it. For the first time in many days, he let his full weight rest against something that was not the ground. A few minutes later, Mara brought him a bowl of stew, a heel of dark bread, a little dish of butter softened with herbs, and a cup of tea that smelled faintly of mint and bark. Rowan thanked her quietly. She nodded and left him to eat. The stew was simple: root vegetables, barley, mushrooms, and some green he did not recognize. But it was warm, and it asked nothing of him. The bread was dense and fresh. The butter tasted of thyme. As Rowan ate, his attention drifted without effort around the room. Above the hearth hung a carved panel showing the giant tree in 4 seasons. In spring its leaves were pale and open. In summer they were deep and full. In autumn they fell like small golden boats. In winter the branches were bare, but the roots beneath them glowed. On the mantel stood 7 small jars filled with different kinds of soil. Near the door, a pair of walking sticks leaned in a stand. Each had been carved with the name of someone who had perhaps once stayed here and left the stick behind. Or perhaps the sticks belonged to the village. Rowan was too drowsy to decide. The hum continued. It had become part of the room by then, like the firelight or the smell of cedar smoke. Rowan felt it more than heard it, a soft vibration in the wooden floorboards, a murmur beneath the soles of his boots. The villagers did not react to it. They ate, mended, spoke quietly. Mara moved from table to table, refilling cups, collecting bowls, pausing now and then to listen without seeming to listen. After a while, the woman by the window finished mending her sleeve and stood. She pulled on a cloak the color of moss after rain and approached the counter. "Is he staying?" she asked Mara, not quite whispering. "For tonight," Mara said. The woman glanced at Rowan, then smiled with no curiosity in it, only welcome. "Hennes deep," Rowan inclined his head. "Thank you." She left, and as the door opened, the sound of the village entered for a moment. Water trickling, distant footsteps, leaves shifting overhead. Then the door closed, and the inn returned to itself. When Rowan finished eating, his body felt heavy in the way that was almost pleasant. He carried his bowl to the counter, but Mara waved away his attempt to help, and poured him another half-cup of tea. "New arrivals often sleep early," she said. "I might be one of them. Nothing wrong with that." He held the warm cup between both hands. "Does the hum keep people awake?" Mara looked at him for a moment, then toward the dark window. Outside, a lantern pulsed gently among the leaves. "No," she said, "not if they have come here honestly tired." It was a strange phrase, but Rowan understood it more than he expected. Honestly tired. Not bored, not restless, not merely weary from a single long day. Tired in the way a field is tired after harvest. Tired in the way a road is tired after holding too many feet. Tired in the way a heart can be, after remaining upright longer than it knew how to. "I think I have," he said softly. Mara's gaze returned to him. "Then the tree may be kind to you." Before Rowan could ask what that meant, sound moved through the inn. The second hum. It rose from beneath the floor, deeper than before. Still gentle, but clearer now, as if the first hum had been a door opening, and the second was someone speaking from a room beyond it. The cups on the shelves trembled faintly. The fire bent low for a breath, then lifted again. Outside, through the windows, Rowan saw several lanterns dim and brighten together. The two men by the hearth stopped speaking. Mara lowered her eyes. No one seemed afraid. The hum held for several long seconds. It was not a tune, not exactly, but there was movement in it. A low note, then another beneath it. A soft answering resonance from high in the leaves. Rowan felt the sound pass through his ribs and settle somewhere behind his heart. Then it faded. The inn breathed again. One of the men by the hearth reached for his cup. The other cleared his throat and resumed their quiet conversation, though softer now. Mara placed one hand briefly on the counter, palm down, as if greeting the wood. "Village settling?" Rowan asked. "Yes." "And the third?" "Later." "What happens then?" Mara did not answer immediately. She turned, took a cloth, and began drying a cup that was already dry. "When the third hum comes," she said at last, "most of us are in bed. Some dream, some remember, some hear nothing at all. The tree gives no one more than they can carry." Rowan watched the fire. He thought of roads behind him, rooms left behind. The last morning in the town where he had once thought he would remain. The sound of shutters closing. The small, ordinary ache of realizing that no one was expecting him anywhere in particular. "The sign said the tree is listening," he said. Mara set the cup on the shelf. "It is. To words, to footsteps, to roots, to the weight people bring with them." Her voice remained practical, almost matter-of-fact. Words are only one way of arriving. Rowan did not know what to say to that. Mara seemed not to require anything further. She took a candle from behind the counter and lit it from a lamp. The flame caught quietly. "You should go up before the third hum," she said. "Your room will be warmer if you close the lower latch on the window. The upper one likes to stick. If you hear leaves against the glass, it is only the night moving through. Rowan accepted the candle and the key. "Thank you," he said. "You can thank me in the morning, if the bed suits you." He smiled faintly, and the expression felt unused, but not unwelcome. The roof stair began at the back of the inn. It was not made in the ordinary way. The steps had been carved directly into a wide upward curving root, each one shallow and smooth, with a rail of bent wood following its side. The candlelight moved over the stair in soft golden shapes. Rowan climbed slowly, one hand on the rail, feeling the warmth of the living wood beneath his palm. The hallway above was narrow and quiet. Its ceiling curved like the inside of a hollow branch. Small lamps glowed in wall niches. Each door was made of a different wood, each painted with a small symbol: a cup, a feather, a moon, a seed, a key, a fish, a leaf. Room 7 had the leaf. Rowan unlocked it and stepped inside. The room was small, but it had been arranged with such care that it felt complete. A bed stood beneath the sloping wall, covered in a thick wool blanket the color of soft earth. A woven rug lay beside it. There was a washstand, a chair, a shelf with 3 books, and a round window looking out into the eastern canopy. The window glass was slightly uneven, turning the leaves beyond it into wavering shapes of silver and green. He closed the lower latch as Mara had instructed. The upper latch did indeed resist, then gave way with a small wooden click. For a few moments Rowan stood by the window and looked out. From here he could see more of Alderroot than he had from below. The village climbed gently through the roots, not upward like a city, but inward, folding itself into the tree's great wooden architecture. Lanterns marked the paths in curved lines. Little bridges crossed over dark spaces, where streams or root hollows passed beneath. A few villagers still moved outside, their figures small and slow, carrying baskets, closing shutters, guiding children home. Above them the leaves moved against the moon. The hum was quieter here, or perhaps the room softened it. Rowan set down his pack. He washed his face and hands in the basin, the water cool and faintly scented with rosemary. Dust lifted from his skin. His fingers looked different, clean, narrower somehow, less like they belonged to the road. He removed his boots and placed them by the door, then stretched his toes against the rug. On the small shelf the 3 books stood between carved wooden ends. One was a collection of herb lore, one was a book of village songs. The third had no title on its spine. Rowan touched the untitled book, but did not take it down. Not tonight. There would be time, perhaps, if he stayed another day. The thought surprised him. He had not meant to stay. He had meant only to sleep, eat, and move on. That had become his way over the last weeks. Never enough time in one place for questions to grow roots. Yet the village beneath the giant tree had already altered the shape of his intention. The room seemed to expect him not as a guest passing through, but as someone who might need a chair by a window, a shelf with books, a latch that stuck in a harmless way. He sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress gave beneath him with a sigh. Outside, the last open windows were closing. One by one, the lanterns dimmed from bright gold to softer amber. The fireflies continued their slow drift inside the glass, light gathering and loosening, like calm breaths. Rowan leaned forward, elbows on knees, and listened. The great tree hummed beneath the village. He wondered what a tree so old could remember. Rain before roads, birds whose names had been forgotten, children who had once grown old beneath its branches, hands pressing seeds into soil, promises made at doorways, farewells, returnings, the first house built among its roots, the first lantern hung from a low branch, the first traveler, perhaps, who had arrived at dusk with tired feet and no wish to explain the heaviness he carried. The room grew darker. The candle on the table burned with a small, steady flame. Rowan meant to stand and blow it out. Instead, he remained seated, listening as the hum shifted again. This time, it did not rise all at once. It gathered. A deep note moved up through the roof beneath the inn, through the stair, through the floor, through the bed frame, and into the quiet room. The window glass trembled faintly. The leaves outside turned their pale undersides toward the moon, as if stirred by a wind Rowan could not feel. The third hum had come. It was lower than the others, and warmer. Not louder, exactly, but nearer. The sound seemed to pass not around Rowan, but through him, without force, without demand. He closed his eyes. For a moment he saw nothing. Then, gently, as though the dark behind his eyelids had become a surface of still water, an image formed. A root path beneath morning rain, not the path he had walked that evening, but older, less worn, younger moss, fresh-cut doors, a woman laughing. She hung the first lantern from a branch, a child placing both palms against the great bark and whispering something too soft to hear. Men and women standing together in the hollow, looking up at the tree not with ownership, but with gratitude. Then the image changed. Leaves falling in gold sheets. A line of villagers carrying baskets of apples across a moss bridge. A winter night, blue and quiet, with snow resting on the roots, while warm light glowed from every round window. Then something else. A door. Not one of the inn doors, nor any house Rowan had passed. This door was set directly into the base of the giant tree, half hidden behind curtains of moss. Its wood was dark and smooth, and carved into its center was the shape of a sleeping leaf. Before Rowan could move closer, the image faded, the hum softened. He opened his eyes. The candle was still burning. The room was still. His hands rested loosely on his knees. Outside the window, the moonlit leaves moved as they had before, and yet something had changed. Not in the room, in him. The tiredness remained, but it no longer seemed to be standing alone. Something had come to sit beside it. Not an answer, not even comfort, exactly. More like recognition, as if the village, the room, the tree, and the deep old hum beneath everything had quietly understood that Rowan had arrived carrying more than a pack, and had chosen not to question him before offering shelter. He breathed in. He breathed out. For the first time in many nights, the breath reached all the way down. A soft knock came at the door. Rowan turned his head. Barely more than 2 fingers touching wood. He stood slowly and opened it. No one stood in the hallway. The lamps glowed in their niches. The root stair curved down into shadow. The inn was silent below. At his feet lay a single leaf. It was larger than his hand, deep green at the edges, and silver along the veins, though no tree he knew made leaves exactly like it. Resting on top of it was a small wooden token carved in the shape of a door. Rowan bent and picked it up. The token was warm. On one side, someone had carved a single word, tomorrow. He stood there for a long moment, holding the little wooden door in his palm, while the hallway breathed around him. Then, from somewhere deep beneath the inn, the last trace of the third hum faded into quiet. Rowan closed the door softly. He placed the token on the table beside the candle, where its small shadow stretched across the wood. He did not know who had left it. He did not know what door it belonged to, or why the tree had shown him the humus-covered entrance in its roots. He only knew that the word tomorrow no longer felt like a burden. It felt like an invitation. At last he blew out the candle. Moonlight filled the little room in its place, pale and gentle, laying leaf shadows across the blanket, across the floor, across Rowan's hands as he climbed into bed. The mattress held him. The blanket warmed slowly over his legs and shoulders. Outside, Alderroot settled beneath the great tree, every home glowing softly among the roots, every bridge silvered by the moon, every lantern breathing with firefly light. Rowan turned toward the round window. The leaves moved. The tree did not hum again. It only stood around him, ancient and patient, holding the village in its roots, as though holding a sleeping thought. And under that vast green shelter, with the wooden token waiting quietly beside the extinguished candle, Rowan let his eyes close. For once the road did not pull at him. For once the night did not feel empty. And beneath the giant tree, in the village that listened softly after sunset, the tired traveler slept. Rowan woke to the sound of water. Not rain, though for a few drowsy moments he thought it might be. The room was dim and green with morning, and the round window beside the bed held a trembling pattern of leaves, each one bright at the edge where sunlight had found it, somewhere outside. Water moved over stone in a thin, steady thread. It was the sort of sound that did not wake a person abruptly, but invited them upward slowly, like a hand laid gently over a shoulder. For a while he did not open his eyes fully. He lay beneath the wool blanket and listened. The bed was warm around him. The ache in his feet, which had been a constant companion for many days, had softened into something distant. His shoulders still felt the memory of the road, but not the full weight of it. Sleep had not solved everything. He knew that even before he sat up. But it had given him a little space between himself and the heaviness he had carried into Alderroot. That space felt precious. Outside the window a bird called once, then again from farther away. The village had begun its morning quietly. No bells rang. No carts clattered. No one shouted from doorway to doorway. They were only the small sounds of a place that knew how to wake without startling itself. A latch opening below, a broom across a threshold, the soft tap of footsteps on a root path, the low murmur of someone greeting someone else by name. Rowan opened his eyes. For a moment he could not remember where he was. Then he saw the curved wooden ceiling, the little shelf of 3 books, a washstand, a leaf-shaped symbol painted on the door, moon-pale curtain, now turned green by daylight. Alderroot, the roots and lantern, the tree, the third hum. He turned his head toward the small table beside the bed. The wooden token was still there. It lay exactly where he had left it, shaped like a tiny door, its carved edges smoothed by a hand or a tool so patient that no roughness remained. In daylight the wood was darker than he had first thought, almost the color of wet bark, with a faint silver line running through its grain. The word on its face had not changed. Tomorrow. Only now. Tomorrow had become today. Rowan sat up slowly and reached for it. The token was no longer warm, but neither was it cold. It seemed to hold the quiet temperature of the room, as though it had spent the night listening with him. He turned it over. On the back, something he had not noticed in the candlelight had been carved very lightly into the wood. 3 small roots, meeting at a door. He touched the carving with his thumb. There was no sudden vision this time. No hum rising beneath the floorboards. No glimpse of the moss-covered door hidden in the base of the tree. There was only the token, the green morning, and the clear knowledge that the village had offered him something he did not yet understand. Rowan washed and dressed with unhurried care. His clothes, though travel-worn, seemed less defeated after a night indoors. He folded the blanket back neatly, not because he thought anyone expected it, but because the room had held him kindly and deserved to be left in order. Then he placed the token in his coat pocket, took his pack only after considering it, and finally left it by the bed. He was not leaving yet. That realization came without drama. It simply settled into him like a stone resting at the bottom of clear water. Downstairs The inn smelled of toasted grain, warm milk, and something sweet baking in a covered pan. Morning light entered through the low windows and made the room look different from the night before. The fire was smaller now, only a bed of coals beneath an iron kettle. The carved roots in the walls showed more clearly, their lines deep and flowing, polished by years of hands brushing past them. Mara stood behind the counter, slicing a round loaf into thick pieces. She looked up as Rowan reached the foot of the root stair. "You slept," she said. It was not a question. "I did. Deeply." Rowan paused, listening inward for the right answer. "More deeply than I expected." Mara nodded, as if this confirmed something she had already known. "Then sit. Morning food is simpler than supper, but kinder to those who have just been remembered." Rowan came forward slowly. "Is that what happened?" Mara's knife moved through the bread with a soft scrape. "You tell me." He reached into his pocket and placed the wooden token on the counter. Mara did not touch it at once. Her gaze rested on the little carved door, and for the first time since Rowan had met her, her expression changed in a way that was not quite surprise, but close to it. A careful stillness entered her face. The morning room seemed to grow quieter around them, though no one else was near enough to hear. "Ah," she said softly. Rowan waited. Mara wiped her hands on her apron and picked up the token. She turned it over and saw the 3 roots carved on the back. "Root mark," she murmured. "What does it mean?" "It means the tree did not only notice you." She set the token down again, gently. "It has asked you to come closer." Rowan looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, a path of living root curved between 2 houses where sunlight lay in small golden pieces. To the door, Mara's eyes returned to him. "You saw it, then? In the hum, or in a dream?" "I'm not sure which." "In Alderroot. The difference matters less than people think." She placed a bowl before him, then a cup. The bowl held porridge cooked with nuts and dried fruit, steam rising from it in faint ribbons. The cup smelled of honey and some leaf he did not know. Mara pushed a small dish of butter toward him as well, though there was no need for butter with porridge. It seemed she liked having something extra to offer. Rowan did not eat immediately. "Why me?" he asked. Mara sat on the stool behind the counter, folding her hands loosely. "That is never the first question the tree answers. What is? What have you carried too long?" Rowan looked down at the bowl. Outside, someone passed the inn window carrying a ladder over one shoulder. The ladder had tiny pots tied to it, each holding a sprig of growing moss. A child followed behind with a watering can, stepping carefully over the uneven root path. Rowan watched them until they disappeared. "I do not know how to answer that," he said. "Most do not." "Do you?" Mara's smile was faint, and not without sadness, though the sadness had been softened by many years. "Now I do. When I first came here, I did not." Rowan looked up. "You were not born in Alderroot?" "No." Mara's gaze shifted briefly to the carved panel above the hearth. "I arrived with a cracked teapot, 3 coins, and a stubborn belief that if I kept moving, nothing behind me could catch up." Rowan could have smiled at the plainness of the statement, but the truth in it held him still. "What happened?" "The tree let me sleep. Then it let me remember without breaking." She reached for the token and turned it so the carved door faced him. "That is the gentlest work it does." Rowan absorbed this quietly. The phrase seemed to enter him more slowly than speech usually did. "Remember without breaking." Mara stood and returned to the bread. "Eat, for the porridge forgets it is warm. Afterward, if you still wish to follow the token, I will take you as far as the lower roots. Someone else will meet you there." "Who?" "Elowen." Rowan repeated the name softly. "Elowen. She keeps the moss bridges, tends the old doors, and knows when to speak and when not to. Useful qualities in this village. The porridge was warm and lightly sweet. Rowan ate because Mara had told him to, and because his body, having slept, had remembered its ordinary needs. The food steadied him. Each spoonful carried a simple comfort: oats, hazelnuts, dried apple, a trace of cinnamon. Through the windows, Alderroot continued its morning, not hurried, not idle, but moving with the slow competence of people who trusted the day to unfold. When he had finished, Mara took his empty bowl and gave him a folded cloth packet. "For later," she said. "Bread, cheese, 2 small pears. You may not need them, but the body likes to be considered. Thank you. And leave your pack here." "I thought so. The lower roots are easier without yesterday on your back." Rowan met her eyes. She had said it lightly, but not carelessly. He placed a hand over the pocket where the token rested. "Is the door dangerous?" "No." "And why do I feel nervous?" Mara's expression warmed. "Because gentle things can still matter." She came around the counter, took a dark green shawl from a peg, and led him outside. Morning in Alderroot was not the same as night wearing brighter clothes. The village had changed entirely, though its shape remained. The firefly lanterns, so golden and alive after sunset, now hung dim and empty-looking, most of their tiny keepers having drifted into the leaves or under the eaves. The windows that had glowed at night now reflected branches and sky. Doors stood open. Mats were being shaken. Herbs hung from lines strung between root posts. Somewhere, someone was sanding wood in long, careful strokes. Somewhere else, a kettle sang briefly, then quieted. They did not take the path Rowan had followed into the square the evening before. Instead, Mara guided him behind the inn, through a narrow passage between 2 rising roots, where the air smelled of damp bark and fern. The passage opened on to a smaller way, half hidden from the village centre. It curved downward rather than up, following the natural slope of the tree's oldest roots. Here, the houses were fewer, the roots were larger. Moss grew thicker along the sides of the path, not trimmed into neat borders, but allowed to spill over stones and creep into cracks. Little white flowers had opened in the morning light, the same kind Rowan had seen closed the night before. Their centres were pale gold, and bees moved among them with slow satisfaction. Mara walked without haste. She greeted 2 villagers by name, and both answered softly, though neither asked where she was going, or who Rowan was. He wondered whether they knew. He wondered whether the token had already been seen in some way he did not understand. At the end of the path, a moss bridge crossed a shallow stream. It was narrow but firm, woven from pale branches and living roots, with moss trained over the tops, so that each step fell softly. The stream below ran clear over dark stones, carrying small yellow leaves that spun once or twice before slipping beneath the bridge. On the other side stood a woman in a brown coat, her white hair cropped short around her face. She was neither young nor particularly old, with a steady expression and hands stained green at the fingertips. Beside her leaned a wooden staff, and at her feet rested a basket filled with tools: small knives, coils of twine, a folded cloth, clay jar, and several flat stones marked with symbols. "Morning, Mara," she said. "Morning, Alwyn." Alwyn's gaze moved to Rowan. It was direct, but not sharp. "So," she said, "the tree sent for you." Rowan did not know how to answer that without sounding foolish, so he took the token from his pocket and held it out. Alwyn accepted it, examined both sides, then gave it back. "It did," she said. Mara turned to Rowan. "This is where I leave you. You are not coming? I have bread to burn if I neglect it." Her smile returned, small and dry. "And this is not my door." Rowan looked from her to Elowen. "Whose door is it?" Elowen rested one hand on her staff. "Today perhaps yours." Mara touched Rowan's sleeve once, a brief and practical gesture of reassurance. "Come back for supper if you are still in the village. If you may come back different enough that you choose to stay longer." Then she turned and crossed the moss bridge, her shawl moving behind her like a leaf in a slow current. Rowan watched until she disappeared around the curve of the path. Elowen waited without pressing him. At last Rowan looked back at her. "Does everyone in Alderroot speak in half answers?" "Only when the full ones would be too heavy to carry all at once." She picked up her basket and began walking along the stream, not toward the visible base of the tree, but into a quieter fold of roots, where the morning light became green and filtered. Rowan followed. The path here was less a path than an agreement between moss, stone, and root. It wound through spaces that did not seem used often, though they were clearly tended. Fallen leaves had been brushed aside. Small stones marked the edges. Here and there Rowan saw symbols carved into the living bark, not deeply enough to wound it, only lightly enough to be read by someone who knew how. A circle with 3 lines, a cup, a sleeping leaf, a door. The last symbol appeared more often as they went. Elowen noticed him looking. "The old marks," she said, "for those who forget the way and for those who remember too much." Rowan stepped over a root no wider than his wrist. "Chimay, that is not mine to decide." They walked on. The great trunk rose ahead, though at this distance it was less like approaching a tree and approaching a hill that had chosen to grow upward. The bark filled more and more of Rowan's sight, its ridges deep enough to shelter ferns, its hollows dark and cool. Morning light fell across it in wide uneven bands. High above, birds moved invisibly among the leaves. Hazen realized, as they neared the base, that the village square and the inn occupied only one side of the tree. This quieter side faced deeper forest, where the ground sloped down into a hollow untouched by houses. The air felt cooler there, older, not unfriendly, but less familiar with human noise. Alone stopped beside a curtain of hanging moss. It grew down from a low arch of root and bark, thick and silver green, moving slightly, though there was no wind. Beneath it, Rowan could see only darkness. His pulse quickened, not with fear exactly, with recognition. He had seen this place in the third Hume. Alone set down her basket and took from it a small clay jar. She opened it and dipped 2 fingers inside, then touched the moss lightly in 3 places. The scent of rain and crushed leaves rose into the air. "The door beneath the morning roots," she said. "That is one name for it." "What are the others?" "The listening door, the underbark threshold, the room where the tree keeps, where people no longer know how to hold." She looked at Rowan. "Names are only lanterns. They do not change the path." Rowan took the token from his pocket. It seemed heavier now. "What am I supposed to do?" "Nothing difficult." Elowen brushed the moss aside with one hand. Behind it was the door. In daylight it looked less mysterious than it had in the vision, and somehow more important for that. It was not grand. It did not bear gold hinges or ancient warnings. It was a simple wooden door set into the living base of the tree, rounded at the top, dark with age, carved with the same sleeping leaf Rowan had seen before. Its handle was not metal but rootwood, smooth and curved to fit a human hand. Shallow hollow had been carved into the door at chest height. It was exactly the shape of the token. Rowan looked at Elowen. She nodded. He stepped forward. For a moment he found himself thinking of all the doors he had closed behind him over the years. Doors to rooms he had left tidy, because he did not know how else to say goodbye. doors to workshops, inns, rented rooms, houses where he had been a guest, and houses where he had nearly belonged. Ordinary doors. Necessary doors. Doors that had made small wooden sounds as they shut. This one made no sound at all. Not yet. He placed the token into the hollow. It fit perfectly. A soft line of green light appeared around its edge. Not bright, not magical in any showy way. More like sunlight seen through a leaf held up to the sky. Then the door opened inward. The space beyond was dim and warm. Eowyn picked up a firefly lantern from beside the root, though Rowan had not noticed it there before. Inside the glass, one sleepy firefly brightened, and another. "You may enter," she said. "I will wait outside unless called." "Called by whom?" "The tree. You. Sometimes there is no difference." Rowan almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because the village's answers had begun to move around him like water around stones, softening his need for straight lines. He stepped through the door. The room inside the tree was not hollow in the way a dead trunk might be hollow. It felt living, shaped, held open by patience rather than emptiness. The walls curved inward and upward, dark and smooth, lined with faint silver veins that glimmered beneath the bark. Roots formed low benches along the sides. Fine moss covered the floor, springy underfoot. The air smelled of earth after rain, old leaves, and something faintly sweet, like apples stored in a cool cellar. At the center of the room stood a basin. It was carved from pale stone, shallow and wide, set into a cradle of roots that held it as gently as hands. The basin was filled not with water, but with a dark, still surface that reflected no ceiling, no walls, no face. It reflected only leaves, leaves falling, leaves opening, leaves moving in winds from years Rowan had never known. Alone remained at the doorway, holding the lantern. "This is the remembering basin," she said. Rowan stood very still. "What does it do?" "It shows nothing that is not already within you, but it shows it with roots beneath it." He looked back at her. "I do not understand. You may not need to yet." She hung the lantern on a hook beside the door. The fireflies pulsed once, gently illuminating the room. "When people arrive honestly tired," Eowyn said, "the tree listens. Not to their secrets, not to pry. It listens for what has lost its roots inside them, a grief with nowhere to sit, a hope pulled too often from the ground, a name they have spoken so many times it has become heavy, a road that will not end even, when their feet stop moving." Rowan's throat tightened, though nothing sharp had been said. "The tree remembers because people forget how to rest," she continued. "It holds the shape of things until they can be set down properly." Rowan looked at the basin. "And if I do not want to see?" "Then you sit, or you leave. The door will open again. Alderroot keeps no one by force." The simplicity of that eased him. He took one step closer to the basin. The dark surface remained still. He did not know what he expected to appear. The town behind him, perhaps. The last room he had rented. The face of someone he had disappointed, or someone who had disappointed him. A younger version of himself, before his life had become a series of unfinished departures. But the basin showed none of these. It showed a small table, only that. A plain wooden table beside a window. Morning light, a chipped cup, a half-folded map. Rowan recognized it, though it took him several breaths to do so. It was the table from the room he had left nearly a month ago, the place where he had sat on his final morning, before taking the road. He had believed, at the time, that what hurt most was leaving. But looking now, he saw that the table was not showing him departure. It was showing him how long he had sat there before moving, How tired he had been even then. How he had mistaken stillness for failure. The image did not accuse him. It did not sharpen. It simply remained. A table, a cup, a map, morning light, waiting patiently for him to admit he could no longer keep living by endurance alone. Rowan closed his eyes. The hum came then, but not like the 3 hums of night. This was smaller, nearer, as if the room itself had begun to breathe around him. It entered through the floor and rose no higher than his hands. The sound was almost too gentle to hear. When he opened his eyes, the basin had changed. Now it showed the same table, but with one difference. A root had grown through the floor beside it, not breaking the boards, not damaging anything, simply rising there, as if it had always belonged, curling around the table leg in quiet support. The image should have been impossible, but Rowan understood it without needing an explanation. The room he had left was gone. The life he had left was gone. But the need beneath it had not been wrong. He had wanted somewhere to be held, not trapped, not owned, held. He breathed slowly, and this time the breath trembled. Behind him, Elowen did not speak. The tree did not ask him to weep, or confess, or decide the shape of the rest of his life. It only allowed him to stand before a memory that no longer had to prove anything. After a long while, Rowan reached into his coat pocket out of habit, though the token was already in the door. His fingers found Mara's folded packet of bread and pears instead. The small ordinary weight of it steadied him. He looked once more into the basin. The image of the table faded, leaf by leaf, until the dark surface showed only its strange reflection of branches high above. "What now?" he asked quietly. Elowen answered from the doorway. "Now you take one root back with you." Rowan turned. She stepped into the room for the first time, and came to a small shelf hidden in the curve of the wall. On it rested several objects: smooth stone, a length of blue thread, a wooden button, a folded letter tied shut, a cracked spoon, a pressed fern, a tiny brass bell. Ordinary things, each one placed with care. Rowan selected nothing. Instead, waited. Rowan understood, after a moment, that he was meant to choose. He approached the shelf. His hand hovered over the stone first, and the thread, then the bell. Finally he picked up the pressed fern. It lay between 2 thin pieces of clear glass, bound with copper wire. The fern was delicate, each leaflet small and perfect. Its green faded to a soft shadow of itself. On the copper frame someone had etched a line in tiny letters: "For the days when staying is also a journey." Rowan held it in his palm. "Was this someone's?" he asked. "Yes." "Should I take it?" "If it lets itself be taken." "How would I know?" Alona's mouth curved almost into a smile. "You already have." The room seemed to settle around the answer. Rowan carried the fern back to the basin and placed it briefly against his chest, not because anyone told him to, but because it felt like the right gesture. The small framed leaf was cool through his shirt. He thought again of the table, the cup, the map, the morning light. He thought of how many miles he had walked trying not to feel still. Then he slipped the fern carefully into his inner pocket. When he turned back, the door stood open, and beyond it morning waited in soft green light. Elowen lifted the lantern from its hook. The fireflies inside had dimmed again. As they stepped outside, Rowan noticed that the moss curtain seemed thinner now, or perhaps he knew better how to see through it. The air beyond the door felt cool on his face. The village sounds returned slowly: water, birds, the distant knock of wood against wood, a low voice singing somewhere among the roots. Alone touched the door once with her palm. It closed without a latch. The token remained in place for a moment, glowing faintly. Then it loosened, and dropped into Rowan's waiting hand. The word on it had changed. No longer tomorrow. Now it read, stay. Rowan stared at it. The word was small, 4 letters carved into dark wood. Yet it seemed to carry more space than any road he had walked. His first feeling was fear, not sharp fear, not the urge to flee, only the old familiar tightening that came whenever a place asked even gently whether he might remain long enough to be known. Eowyn saw it and did not pretend otherwise. The tree does not command, she said. Rowan closed his fingers around the token. It feels like a question. It is. For how long? That is also part of the question. He looked toward the great roots leading back to the village. Smoke lifted thinly from a chimney grown between 2 wooden curves. A woman crossed a bridge with folded linens in her arms. Somewhere out of sight, children laughed, then hushed themselves, not because laughter was forbidden, but because the village seemed to teach softness by example. I do not know how to stay, Rowan said. Eowyn nodded, as if this was a perfectly acceptable beginning. Then stay for supper. The answer was so simple that he looked at her. She adjusted the basket on her arm. No one learns rootedness by promising a lifetime before noon. The leaves above them shifted, and sunlight moved across the ground in slow broken pieces. Rowan let out a breath that almost became a laugh, but softened before it reached the air. Only supper, then. Only supper. They walked back by a different path, not because the first was forbidden, but because Eowyn said the tree preferred returning not to feel exactly like going. This way led along the stream for a while, then up through a pair of roots that formed a natural arch. Beneath the arch, small wooden plaques had been fastened into the bark. Names were carved into them, hundreds perhaps, some old enough to be nearly unreadable. Rowan slowed. People who stayed, he asked. Some. People who rested. People who remembered. People who passed through and left lighter than they came. Eowyn touched one plaque whose letters had darkened with age. Alderroot does not measure belonging only by length of time. Rowan read a few names as they passed. Merrin, Oris, Lysa, of the South Road, Tavian, who brought the blue bees, an unnamed pilgrim, winter year 7. The names did not feel like records. They felt like thanks. At the end of the archway, Eowyn stopped. From there, Rowan could see the root and lantern in the distance, its moss roof bright with morning. Mara stood outside speaking with a boy who carried a basket of eggs. She looked up before Rowan called to her, as though she had been expecting his return at that exact moment. Alone handed him the packet of food Mara had given him, which he realized he must have carried in one hand all along without noticing. "You should eat one of the pears before midday," she said. "I will. Do not spend the whole day deciding whether supper is too large a promise." Rowan looked at the token again. "Stay." Then he placed it back in his pocket, beside the pressed fern. "Thank you," he said. Eowyn inclined her head. "Thank the tree by listening when you are tired, not only when you are lost." With that, she turned toward the lower roots and continued on her way, her basket swinging lightly at her side. Rowan remained beneath the arch for a moment. The morning village moved gently before him, doors open, lanterns sleeping, moss bridges bright with dew, leaf shadows crossing the root paths like slow water. The great tree stood above everything, not asking, not hurrying, not promising that rest would be simple, only offering its old shade, its living rooms, its patience. For the first time, Rowan wondered what it would be like not to pass through a place as though apologizing for being there. He walked back toward the inn. Mara met him at the door. "Well?" she asked. Rowan took out the token and showed her the changed word. Mara read it, then nodded once. "Good," she said. "That is all. That is plenty." He almost smiled. "Eowyn said I should stay for supper. Lone is wise when she remembers to eat breakfast. I said yes. Mara's expression softened, and for a moment she looked not like an innkeeper receiving a guest, but like someone watching a seed finally agree to be placed in soil. "Then we will set an extra place properly," she said. Rowan stood in the doorway of the root and lantern, with morning at his back and warmth inside. In his pocket the small wooden token rested against the pressed fern, door beside leaf, question beside answer, neither of them heavy. He had not promised the village his life. He had not understood the whole mystery of the tree. He had not become someone unburdened in a single morning, but he had entered the door beneath the roots and returned. He had seen that his weariness was not a flaw, but a message from somewhere deep within him, asking at last for ground, and for now that was enough. He stepped inside. The inn received him with the scent of bread, cedar, and quiet work. Mara moved behind the counter. Sunlight crossed the floorboards. Above the hearth the carved tree held its painted seasons in patient order. Outside, Alderroot continued beneath its giant canopy, and somewhere far below the village, deeper than any room and older than any road, the great tree kept remembering, not to hold Rowan in the past, but to help him rest into the day that had come. Mara did not give Rowan time to turn the words stay into something too heavy. This, he would later think, was one of her quiet gifts. She did not ask whether he had slept well a second time, or whether the hidden room had frightened him, or whether he intended to remain beyond supper. She only handed him a clean cloth, pointed toward a basket of cups near the counter, and said, "Dry those, if your hands are looking for something honest to do." Rowan looked down at his hands. They were, in fact, looking for something, not restlessly, not with the old need to prove his usefulness before anyone could ask him to leave. That had been a different kind of motion, sharp at the edges, always listening for judgment. This was gentler. He had walked through a door in the tree, stood before a basin, that remembered without accusation, and come back carrying a pressed fern and a small wooden question in his pocket. After that, sitting still in the middle of the morning felt both possible and too new. So he took the cloth. The cups were made of clay, each one slightly different. Some were speckled brown, some pale green, some glazed the color of rainwater under leaves. Their handles sat imperfectly beneath his fingers, shaped not by machines but by patient hands. Rowan dried them one by one while Mara moved around the inn, folding napkins, checking the bread, rearranging a row of jars on the shelf behind the counter. For a while neither of them spoke. The quiet was not empty. Outside the open door, Alderroot continued this first full shape around him. Villagers passed in twos and threes. A boy led a sleepy goat along the root path, with a garland of mint tied loosely around its neck. Two women paused near the inn steps to compare baskets of late berries. Somewhere close by, little hammer tapped in careful rhythm, not loud enough to disturb the morning, only clear enough to remind the village that someone was repairing something small. Rowan dried a cup the color of blue-gray mist. Mara set a tray of sliced pears on the counter. "You will meet more of them today," she said. "More of whom?" "The village. People, paths, habits, the small things that make a place less strange." Rowan placed the cup on the shelf. "Should I be meeting them?" "That depends." "On what?" "On whether you intend to eat the supper you agreed to." He glanced toward her. Her face was calm, but there was a dry humor in her eyes. "I intend to eat supper," he said. "Then by Alderroot standards, you are practically a resident until dusk." The word resident touched the air between them without landing too heavily. Mara let it pass. Rowan was grateful. She lifted a covered basket from beneath the counter and placed it beside the clean cups. Then you may as well take this to Tovin at the lantern shed. He will be needing the small loaves before he forgets he has a body. Rowan folded the cloth. Tovin, the firefly keeper. Though he insists, he keeps the lanterns, and the fireflies heat themselves. Mara tucked a little jar of butter into the basket. Follow the east route until it bends around the rain pool. You will see a shed with green glass windows and far too many hooks. If you reach the Children's Bridge, you have gone too far. Rowan accepted the basket. It was warm through the cloth cover. Mara watched him for a moment. No one is testing you. I did not think they were. You did a little. He looked down, and this time the faint smile came more easily. Perhaps a little. Alderroot has enough tests of its own. Most of them involve whether moss will grow where one asks it to. Take the bread, come back when you like, and if you get lost, stand still. Someone will either find you, or you will discover you were not as lost as you thought. Rowan stepped out of the root and lantern with a basket over one arm and sunlight moving in pieces over his sleeves. The east route was broad and gently sloped, curving away from the inn into a part of the village not yet seen. In the morning, without the golden glow of night, route paths revealed their practical details. Shallow grooves had been carved along the edges to guide rainwater. Small steps were fitted where the wood rose too steeply. Handrails grew in some places, and had been added in others, their joins smooth with resin and moss. The houses here were smaller than those around the square. Many had work tables outside their doors. Rowan passed one where strips of bark soaked in a basin, another where jars of pigment stood open beneath a shade cloth, another where a woman was painting tiny white markings along the rim of a lantern frame. She looked up as he passed. "For Tovin?" she asked, nodding at the basket. "Yes, he will pretend he remembered breakfast. Do not believe him. I have been warned." She smiled and returned to the lantern frame. Ease of the exchange stayed with him as he walked on. No one asked him where he came from. No one asked how long he meant to stay. People noticed the basket, understood his direction, and folded him briefly into the day's ordinary pattern. It was a small thing, but it touched him more deeply than he expected. At the bend around the rain pool, he stopped. The pool lay in a natural bowl between three roots, still and dark, except where droplets fell from leaves high above. Oh, the morning was clear. The tree seemed to keep its own weather in certain hollows. Water gathered from somewhere unseen, dripping slowly into the pool with soft, rounded sounds. Around its edge, flat stones had been placed as seats. On one of them sat a child with a book open on her lap, not reading, only watching the drops disturb the surface. She glanced at Rowan's basket. "You are going to 7," she said. "So I have been told. He forgets breakfast, so I have been told as well." The child nodded gravely, as if satisfied that village knowledge had been properly passed along. Then she returned her attention to the pool. Beyond it stood the lantern shed. Mara's description had been exact. The building leaned into the curve of a root, and had more hooks than seemed necessary for any one structure. Hooks beneath the eaves, hooks along the walls, hooks hanging from beams inside the open doorway. From many of them dangled glass lanterns, in different stages of repair, some empty, some clouded with old soot, some clean and green and waiting for evening. The windows were made of uneven green glass that turned the interior into the color of deep water. "Tovin," Rowan called softly. A voice from inside answered, "If you have brought more cracked glass, leave it by the right shelf. If you have brought questions, leave them with the glass. If you have brought food, come in at once." Rowan stepped inside. The lantern shed smelled of metal, wax, damp leaves, and honey. It was larger than it looked from outside. Or perhaps its crowded contents made it feel as though several rooms had been folded into one. Workbenches lined the walls. Thin tools lay in careful rows. Shelves held coils of wire, jars of resin, spare handles, polished wooden frames, and tiny ceramic dishes filled with something that glowed faintly even in daylight. At the central bench stood a narrow man with dark skin, a short white beard, and round spectacles that made his eyes look mildly surprised by everything. He wore an apron with several pockets, and from each pocket protruded some object that seemed delicate, useful, or both. His gaze went directly to the basket. "Mara?" "Yes. She believes I cannot remember to eat unless bread physically arrives." "Can you?" Tovin considered this. Not reliably. Rowan set the basket on the bench. Then she may be right. A dangerous thing to admit loud in Alderroot. Tovin lifted the cloth and inhaled with reverent appreciation. Small loaves, butter, pears. She has forgiven me for yesterday. What happened yesterday? I told her one of her dining lamps had a crooked hinge. Did it? Very much so. Rowan smiled. Tovin noticed the smile but did not comment on it. Instead, he broke one of the small loaves in half and offered part to Rowan. "Mara always sends enough for the messenger. I already ate. Then eat again. The tree is very old, and still it takes water more than once." It was difficult to argue with this, so Rowan accepted the bread. They stood at the workbench, eating in companionable quiet. Through the green windows, the village moved in softened shapes. The child still sat by the rain pool. A woman crossed the root path, carrying a coil of rope over one shoulder. Leaves drifted down now and then, though not many. Tovin wiped crumbs from his beard and nodded toward one of the lanterns hanging above the bench. "Would you steady that?" Owen reached up and held the lantern while Tovin tightened a hinge with a tool no longer than a finger. "You work with these every day." "Most days. Some lanterns need mending. Some fireflies need coaxing. Some villagers believe lanterns mend themselves if ignored long enough. They do not. They become philosophical, but not useful." The hinge clicked softly into place. Tovin leaned back, satisfied. Rowan lowered the lantern. Inside the glass, a single firefly brightened, then dimmed again, as if approving the repair. "I thought the fireflies came and went freely," Rowan said. "They do. Then how are they kept?" "They are not kept. They are invited." Coven took another tool from his pocket. "A good lantern does not trap light. It gives light a place to rest." The words entered Rowan quietly. A good lantern does not trap light. He thought of the token in his pocket, and the word carved into it. Stay. He thought of how quickly that word had tightened around him before Elaine loosened it again, with the simple suggestion of supper. Perhaps staying, if done rightly, was not a trap either. Perhaps it was a place where something tired could rest without being owned. Tovin glanced at him, sharp enough to suggest he had noticed the thought moving across Rowan's face. "You have been to the lower door," he said. Rowan looked at him. "Does everyone know?" "No, but some things leave a quiet on a person." Tovin selected a thin strip of green glass from a box. "Also, you are carrying yourself as if one pocket holds a question and the other an answer." Rowan almost reached for the pressed fern. Instead, he rested his hand lightly over his coat. "I'm not sure which is which." That is often how one begins. Tovin fitted the glass into a lantern frame. "Mara said you might know about the names beneath the root arch," Rowan said. "Tovin knows about lanterns," Tovin replied. "Eloin knows about doors. Mara knows about arrivals. For names, you will want Sella. Sella, the keeper of the root register. There is a register. There are several, one written in ink, one carved in plaques, one remembered by the tree, and one that exists only in old people correcting each other after supper. Which is most accurate? The last one, but least organized. Tovin adjusted the lantern and hung it on a hook. Sella will be at the West Arch after midday. She oils the plaques when the sun is high enough to warm the grain. Take her these. He gave Rowan a small cloth pouch filled with what appeared to be polished wooden pegs. And what are they? Name pegs, for plaques that loosen. Rowan accepted the pouch. I am becoming a messenger. Or becoming someone who knows where things belong, Tovin said. There is a difference. By the time Rowan left the lantern shed, the sun had lifted higher into the canopy. Light fell more brightly through the leaves now, changing as it passed through layers of green. The village had grown busier, though never loud. Work happened in small, steady circles. Bread cooled on window ledges. Baskets were carried. Water was drawn. A moss bridge was brushed with a wide, soft broom. Someone sang 3 lines of a song, forgot the 4th, and hummed the rest without embarrassment. Rowan walked back past the rain pool. The child had gone, leaving the surface to reflect the roots and sky. He did not return to the inn at once. Instead, guided partly by memory and partly by the subtle downward lean of the paths, he made his way toward the arch where he and Elouan had passed the carved plaques that morning. He did not hurry. The pouch of name pegs rested in one hand. Mara's food packet, lighter now, remained in his pocket with one pair still inside. Beside it, the door token and a pressed fern touched now and then as he walked, making the faintest wooden click against glass. He found the arch just after midday. In the stronger light, it looked different from before. The 2 great roots O's from opposite sides of the path had met overhead in a high curve, their bark dark and lined with silver. The plaques fixed beneath the arch seemed more numerous, and Rowan stood still enough to see them properly. They covered the inner curve in careful rows, not crowded, not ornamental, but gathered the way fallen leaves gather in a sheltered place. Some plaques were new, their letters crisp and pale. Others had darkened, until the names seemed to lie beneath water. Several had no names at all, only marks: a carved cup, a wheel, a feather, a small open hand, a boat, a seed, a lantern with 3 rays. An elderly woman stood on a short wooden step-ladder beneath the arch, rubbing oil into one of the plaques with a cloth. She wore a linen apron over a soft brown dress, and her silver hair had been wrapped in a scarf patterned with tiny leaves. At the foot of the ladder sat a box of tools, a jar of oil, and a stack of blank plaques. She did not turn when Rowan approached. "Tovin sent you," she said. "He did. With pegs?" "Yes." "Good." He remembered something. Then, promising sign, Rowan set the pouch on the top of the toolbox. The woman climbed down slowly. Her hands were small and strong-looking, the nails darkened by oil and wood dust. She looked at Rowan's face, then at his coat pocket, where the token and fern rested out of sight. "I am Sella," she said. "Rowan, I know." Again, there was no drama in the statement, only the calm certainty of a village where news move without becoming gossip. Sella opened the pouch, inspected the pegs, and gave a satisfied nod. "Talvin made these properly. He complains, but he listens to wood." She handed Rowan a cloth. "Me help if you like." "What should I do?" "Hold each plaque steady while I oil it. Some of the older ones dislike being touched by only one person. They remember hands in pairs." Rowan considered asking whether she meant this literally. Now, he knew better than to expect a simple distinction. He stepped beside her. Sella climbed back onto the short ladder, and together they began with the lower row. Rowan held each plaque gently between his fingers, while she brushed oil over the carved letters. The wood darkened at once, and names emerged more clearly from years of dust and weather. Ansel, who slept 3 winters, Mirabelle Hans, Oren of the broken cart, Lisa of the south road. Rowan's hand stilled. Sella noticed. "That one," she said. Rowan looked at the name. Lisa of the south road. His fingers moved, almost without his permission, to his inner pocket. He drew out the pressed fern in its copper frame. "For the days when staying is also a journey," he said softly. Sella climbed down from the ladder. She took off her spectacles, polished them on the corner of her apron, and put them back on before looking at the fern. Her expression changed, not into surprise, but into recognition. "Ah," she said, "this fern found you. Was it hers? It was what she left behind." Rowan held the little frame carefully. Who was she? Sella sat on the lower curve of a root, and gestured for him to do the same. The arch gave cool shade. Beyond it, the village was partly hidden by leaves, so that its sounds came softened: a door closing, distant laughter, the scrape of a broom, water over stones. Essa came from the south road, as the plaque says, Sella began. Most arrived by one road or another, but she carried hers like a second spine, could not sit with her back to a door, could not sleep unless her boots were beside the bed pointing outward. She had a map for every direction except inward. Rowan looked down at the fern. "How long did she stay?" 3 days at first. "At first?" Sella smiled. "Then 7. Then 1 winter. Then the better part of 20 years. Oh, she continued, insisting she was only pausing until the weather improved." Rowan's own smile came quietly. "What changed?" "Not one thing. That is what travelers find hardest to believe. They expect a single moment to mend them, a word, a dream, a door opening. Sometimes those moments help, yes, but more often a person changes because the same gentle truth is offered every day, until they stop flinching from it." Rowan let his gaze move over the plaques. "So this arch is for people who stayed?" "Not exactly. That seems to be the answer to many things here. It is a useful answer." Stella leaned back against the root, comfortable beneath the names. "The arch is for those whom the tree has helped set something down. Some stayed, some left, some returned years later. Some were only here for a night, but the night mattered." She pointed to a small plaque marked only with a cup. "That was a woman who arrived too weary to speak her own name. She drank tea, slept, and left before morning. The tree remembered her anyway." Rowan looked at the cup mark. It was simple. No carved sorrow, no explanation, just a cup. Why no name? Because she did not offer one. Alderroot does not take what is not given. The words settled near the thought Tovin had given him. A good lantern does not trap light. Sella took the fern from Rowan, only after he nodded permission. She held it up to the filtered sun. The faded green glowed faintly between the glass. "Liza pressed this the first week she admitted she might be tired of leaving," Sella said. "Not ready to stay, mind you, only tired of leaving. There is a difference, and it is a holy one, in its own small way." Rowan listened. "She carried it for years after that. When she finally moved into her own root house, she hung it beside the door, said it reminded her that stillness was not the opposite of life." Sella returned the fern to him. "When she died, very old and very opinionated, she asked that it be placed in the remembering room for someone who mistook motion for courage." Rowan held the fern in both hands. The village sounds continued beyond the arch. The day did not stop because of the story. That comforted him. A person's life could be remembered here without becoming a monument too heavy for the living to pass. "Do you think she meant it for me?" he asked. "I think she meant it for whoever needed it next. He traced the copper frame with his thumb. I do not know whether I can become someone who stays. Sella nodded. Then do not try to become one today. What should I do instead? Hold the plaque steady. The answer was so plain, Rowan laughed softly before he could stop himself. Sella's eyes brightened. There. A little oil for the hinges. They returned to the arch. For the next hour, Rowan held plaques while Sella oiled them. Names appeared under his hands and vanished again into the larger pattern of the whole arch. He learned that Mirabelle hands had repaired every chime in the village for 40 years, though she herself disliked music before breakfast. Orin of the broken cart had arrived when his wheel split beside the western stream, and stayed just long enough to teach the village better way to store apples. Tavian, who brought the blue bees, had insisted the bees were ordinary where he came from, though no one had ever found his valley on a map. Some stories were no more than a sentence. Some Scylla did not tell at all. That one belongs to the tree more than to me, she would say, and move on. At last they reached a blank plaque fixed low on the inner curve. It was new. Its surface had been sanded smooth, but no mark had been carved into it. Rowan held it, while Sella brushed it with oil. "Who is this for?" he asked. "No one yet." "Then why is it here?" "Because sometimes the place must be prepared before the name arrives." He felt the words before he understood them. Sella did not look at him as she spoke. She only rubbed the oil slowly into the grain. "Not all blankness is emptiness," she said. "Some of it is welcome waiting patiently." Rowan kept his hand on the plaque. The wood was warm from the sun. For a moment he imagined his own name there, Rowan of nowhere in particular, Rowan of the long road, Rowan who stay for supper. The thoughts rose, and with them came the old tightening, though weaker now, less commanding. He did not pull his hand away. He simply noticed the feeling and let it stand beside him beneath the arch. Sella finished oiling the plaque. "You need not give it anything," she said. "I was not going to, I know, but I thought about it. That is also something." She climbed down and capped the oil jar. "Come. If we remain here much longer, Mara will accuse me of turning you into furniture." Together they packed the tools. Sella carried the jar and cloths. Rowan carried the box of blank plaques, lighter than he expected. They walked back toward the village by a path that rose along the side of the great tree, passing between fern beds and low wooden doors set into root houses. At one doorway an old man sat carving spoons, each shaving falling into his lap like a pale curled leaf. He lifted 2 fingers in greeting. At another a young woman watered pots of tiny mushrooms, growing in neat rows beneath a window. The village seemed less hidden from Rowan now, not less mysterious, only less distant. The paths were beginning to connect inside his mind. The inn was no longer merely the place where he had slicked. The lantern shed had Tovin in it, and the rain pool had the serious child with the book, and the root arch had Sella and the names, and somewhere beneath the deeper roots was a door that had opened without forcing him to become someone else. They reached the village square in the mellow part of afternoon. Mara stood outside the root and lantern, shaking crumbs from a cloth. She watched them approach with the expression of someone who had expected exactly this, and would deny it if asked. "Sella put you to work," she said. "I offered to help," Rowan replied. "Of course she let you think so." Sella handed Mara the empty pouch from Tovin. He ate. A miracle. Half a loaf before noon. A festival should be declared. Rowan listened to them with quiet amusement. Their words moved with the ease of long friendship, teasing without sharpness, familiar without carelessness. He realized he had missed such speech. though he could not remember when he had last had it near him. Mara looked at the box in Rowan's arms. "Blank plaques? For the register room," Sella said. "I will take them after tea. You'll take tea before tea becomes supper, and supper becomes complaint." Sella accepted this with the dignity of someone who had intended to do exactly that all along. Inside the inn, the afternoon light lay low and warm across the floorboards. A few villagers occupied the tables, speaking softly over cups. Mara set tea before Sella and Rowan without asking. This one tasted of dried apple and darker leaf that left warmth at the back of the throat. Rowan sat near the window. For the first time since arriving, he was not watching the village as a stranger watches a place he might soon leave. He was noticing what belonged where. The cup with the small chip near the rim, the way Mara rested her hand on the counter when listening, the rhythm of footsteps on the root stair, the shelf where 3 jars leaned slightly because the wood beneath them curved. The token in his pocket still read "Stay." But after the arch, the word felt less like a door closing behind him, and more like a chair placed beside a hearth. Late in the afternoon, when the sun began moving down through the leaves, Mara asked Rowan to help set the supper tables. It was not ceremonial. There was no announcement that he had chosen to remain until evening. He simply gave him a stack of folded napkins and showed him where the clay plates were kept. He placed one at each chair, then a cup, then a spoon. Mara followed with breadboards, and Sella placed small jars of herb butter along the center of each table. As they worked, villagers began to arrive. Tovin came in with a lantern Fefrem tucked under one arm, and a look of satisfaction that suggested the hinge had finally surrendered. Lone arrived quietly and took the chair with the best view of the door. The child from the rain pool came with an older brother and carried a book under one arm. The woman who painted lantern rims sat with the spoon carver. Others entered by ones and twos, each bringing something small: a bowl of greens, a dish of mushrooms, a jug of cider, a cloth-wrapped cake, a cluster of late berries still attached to the stem. No one made a fuss over Rowan. This, too, was kindness. Mara only pointed him toward a chair near the end of the long table and said, Unless you have developed strong opinions about seating." "I have not." "Good. Opinions are plentiful enough here already." The supper began the way the day had moved, gently, without hurry. Bowls were passed, bread was broken, cups were filled, conversation rose and fell in soft layers. Rowan learned that the serious child by the rain pool was named Annie, and that she was not reading the book by the pool because the book was thinking. Tovin argued quietly with the lantern painter about whether green glass encouraged fireflies to glow more steadily than amber. Rowan ate slowly and listened to everything. Sella corrected someone's memory of Oren of the broken cart, and 3 others corrected Sella's correction until they were all laughing under their breath. Rowan ate. He listened. Now and then someone asked him a simple question: whether the stew was warm enough, whether he preferred pears or berries, whether the South Road still had the old stone mile markers. None of the questions demanded a history. They only made room for his voice. After a while he found himself answering more easily. Yes, the mile markers still stood, though several leaned badly. Yes, he had passed through the town of Renfield. No, the bridge there had not yet been repaired. Yes, he knew how to mend a leather strap if the tear was not too close to the buckle. This last answer interested Mara. "You have 3 straps in need of mending," she said. "Then I can look at them tomorrow," Oren replied. The table quieted only slightly, not enough to embarrass him, just enough for him to hear what he had said. Tomorrow. He had offered it without being asked for a promise. Mara's expression did not change, but Sella looked down into her tea, smiling. Rowan felt the old instinct rise in him, the wish to correct himself. Say, if I am still here, to make the opening smaller, before anyone could expect too much. But the instinct passed through him like a shadow moving over water. He let the word remain. Tomorrow, not a burden, not a chain, only a small extension of the day. As evening gathered beyond the windows, the Innes lanterns were lit one by one. Tovin inspected each flame and firefly with unnecessary seriousness, then declared Mara's dining lamp acceptable under generous standards. Mara threatened to feed him only crusts next time. The table laughed softly. Outside, the first night colors returned to Alderroot, but Rowan did not experience them as he had on arrival. He was not standing at the edge of the hollow, astonished and apart. He was inside the warm room, holding a cup, listening to people settle around him. The village's glow was no longer something he approached from the road. It was something that reached through the windows and found him already seated. The great tree gave a low murmur beneath the roots, not the formal hum of night, not the remembering that had opened visions, only a deep, eerily inaudible note, like a thought turning in sleep. Conversation softened around it, and continued. Rowan placed one hand briefly over his pocket. The token rested there. The pressed fern rested beside it. For the days when staying is also a journey. After supper, when bowls had been cleared and the younger children had gone home rubbing their eyes, Rowan stepped outside for a little air. The root path before the inn glowed with lantern light. Fireflies drifted lazily inside the glass, brightening when a villager passed, dimming when the path emptied again. The sky above the leaves had deepened to blue-black, and here and there a star showed through the shifting canopy. Mara came out beside him and leaned against the door-frame. "You did well today," she said. "I only carried bread and held plaques. Some days that is the shape of doing well." Rowan looked toward the darker path that led, eventually, to the root arch. "Sella showed me Lisa's name." "Ah, you knew the fern was hers." "I suspected. Did you know it would come to me?" "No." Mara folded her arms inside her shawl. "The tree keeps its own manners." They stood quietly. Inside the inn, someone moved chairs back into place. Tovin's voice drifted out, complaining softly about a lantern hook. Sella answered with something Rowan could not hear, and Tovin made a wounded sound that fooled no one. "I said tomorrow," Rowan murmured. Mara looked at him. "When you mentioned the straps, I said I could look at them tomorrow." "So you did." "I did not mean to. Most honest things arrive before we dress them properly." He breathed in the scent of moss, lantern smoke, and evening leaves. "I can stay another night," he said. "If the room is free." Mara did not smile too quickly. She gave the words the respect of not making them larger than they were. "Room 7 is free, and then I will take it. For one night, for one night." She nodded. "A good length of time, long enough to sleep, short enough not to frighten a traveler. This time." Rowan did smile. Mara turned back toward the inn. "Come in when you are ready. I will put the kettle on." He remained outside a while longer. The village settled around him, not into silence, but into trust. A door closed somewhere across the square. A lantern swayed on its hook. Water moved steadily beneath a moss bridge. The leaves overhead shifted and scattered moonlight in patient fragments over the root paths. Wooden doors, the rounded windows, small homes tucked safely into the ancient tree's embrace. Rowan took the token from his pocket. In the lantern light, the word "stay" was clear and dark. He turned it over. The 3 roots meeting at a door remained carved on the back. Then he took out the pressed fern and held both objects together in his palm. The question the tree had given him, and the answer someone else had left behind long ago. He thought of Lisa of the South Road, who had stayed 3 days, then 7, then 1 winter, and then long enough to become part of the village's remembering. He did not imagine himself doing the same. Not yet. Had made the thought too large, too quick, too easy to resist. Instead, he imagined tomorrow morning. A leather strap on Mara's counter. A cup of tea. The root arc waiting in the shade. The village continuing whether or not he understood himself completely. It was enough. He slipped the token and fern back into his pocket and looked up into the immense canopy of the giant tree. The leaves moved softly above him, their shadows folding and unfolding across the lantern-lit ground. The tree did not ask for an answer. The village did not close around him. The road beyond the forest still existed, somewhere outside the green shelter of Alderroot, winding onward through dust and weather and open country. But for tonight it did not call loudly. It rested where it was, and so did Rowan. He went back inside the root and lantern. Mara had set a cup of tea for him near the hearth. The chair beside it was empty. The room was warm with the low comfort of people finishing a day together. Rowan sat, wrapped both hands around the cup, and listened as Alderroot moved gently toward sleep. Above him, around him, beneath him, the great tree held its roots in the earth, and for one more night Rowan allowed himself to be held among them. Rowan's second morning in Alderroot began without wonder announcing itself. There was no vision waiting beside the bed, no new token beneath the door, no dream so clear that it followed him into waking, only pale light through the round window, a little cooler than the morning before, and the soft rub of leaves against one another. Somewhere beyond the glass, the room held its shape around him. The wool blanket folded over his shoulder, the wooden shelf with 3 quiet books, washstand, a curved ceiling, the painted leaf on the door. For a few breaths he stayed still, not because he was afraid to rise, because he could. The road had taught him to wake already leaving, even in borrowed beds, even in warm haylofts, even beneath an open sky. He had learned to gather himself before his eyes had fully opened, count his belongings, listen for weather, measure daylight, decide which direction would take him farther from yesterday. But here, in room 7, morning did not ask that of him. It waited. The realization came quietly, a small thing, almost nothing. But Rowan felt it as surely as sunlight touching the edge of the blanket. He turned his head toward the table. The wooden token lay there beside the pressed fern. He had taken both from his pocket the night before, and placed them where he could see them by lamplight. The token still read "Stay." The fern, held between its thin pieces of glass, looked softer in the morning than it had in the dusk. Its delicate shape faded, but whole. For the days, staying is also a journey. Rowan did not pick either one up at once. He only looked at them, letting the words arrive without needing to answer. Then he rose, washed, dressed, then made the bed with the same careful gratitude as the morning before. When he opened the door, the hallway was quiet. Downstairs, however, the root and lantern had already entered the practical half of morning. A kettle whispered on the hearth. Chairs had been turned down from tables. A broom leaned against the wall as if recently abandoned. The scent of toasted barley and warm apples moved through the room. Mara stood at the counter with 3 leather straps laid before her. She looked up as Rowan descended the root stair. "There he is," she said. "The man who spoke tomorrow into existence. I said I could look at them," Rowan reminded her. "And here they are." Looking back, he crossed to the counter. The first strap was plain brown leather, cracked near the buckle, but otherwise sound. The second was longer, carrying strap from a traveling bag, worn thin where it would have rested over a shoulder. The third was darker than the others, almost black, and stitched along one side with thread the color of old moss. Rowan touched the first strap, and the second. These two are simple enough. Good. He lifted the third. It was softer than he expected, old. Not weak, exactly, but tired in the way certain well-made things become tired after being trusted for many years. The stitching was unusual, not decorative, not purely practical, but patterned in tiny crossing lines that resembled roots meeting beneath soil. "Swan belongs to something larger," he said. Mara wiped her hands on her apron. "It does. A bag? A satchel." She turned and reached beneath the counter, bringing out an old travel satchel wrapped in a faded green cloth. She set it down with more care than she had shown the straps. The satchel was made of deep brown leather, weathered but still beautiful. Its edges had darkened with age. The brass clasps were dull and smooth from touch. Along the flap someone had worked somroop-like stitching, green thread, now faded almost to gray. Near the lower corner was a mark Rowan recognized. 3 roots meeting at a small door. He went still. Mara noticed, though she did not speak. Rowan traced the mark with one finger. The root mark. Yes. Whose was it? Mara rested both hands on the counter. It depends on which part of its life will mean. He looked up. It has carried several people's things, she said. Alderroot has a habit of passing along objects, once their first purpose has softened. This satchel has belonged to travelers, healers, a lantern apprentice, a woman who collected seeds, and for a while, to no one at all. Rowan turned it gently, and now its strap has worn thin, and I would like it mended before I give it to Annie. The child by the rain pool? The same. Rowan imagined Annie sitting with her book open on her lap, waiting for the book to finish thinking. She's going somewhere? Mara's mouth curved. Only across the village, most days. She has begun collecting questions, and questions need somewhere to be carried. Rowan smiled faintly. He examined the strap more closely. The tear ran near the shoulder piece, not cleanly, but along old stress marks, where the leather had bent too often in the same place. A careless repair would hold for a few weeks. A proper one would require patience. I can mend it, he said, but not quickly. Good. Quickly rarely lasts. Mara set out a wooden box of needles, awls, waxed thread, and scraps of leather. Then she placed a cup of tea beside the tools. "For the worker," she said. "Do you give tea to everyone you put to work?" "No. Only those I wish to keep from becoming dramatic about it." Rowan lowered himself onto the stool at the counter, the satchel before him, the tools ranged in a half-circle. The inn was quiet enough for careful work. Mara moved behind him, setting breakfast for 2 villagers near the window. Outside, morning passed in small green reflections over the glass. He began with the first strap, warming the leather between his hands before touching it with the awl. His fingers remembered the work before his mind fully did. Years ago, before the road had become his answer to too many things, he had mended harnesses, tool belts, packs, and boots in exchange for food or coin or a night under a roof. He had never called it a trade, but his hands had learned patience from leather. They knew how to listen for the difference between something that could bend and something that would split forced. The first strap took little time. The second took longer. By then, Tovin had entered the inn, with a lantern under one arm and a piece of toast in his mouth, proving either that he had remembered breakfast or that someone had placed it directly in his path. He nodded at Rowan's work without interrupting, set the lantern on a side table, and went into a low discussion with Mara about whether the corner lamp near the hearth leaned because of faulty hanging or because the wall itself had opinions. Mara blamed Tovin. Tovin blamed gravity. The wall, being part of the root, said nothing. Rowan worked and listened, quiet humor around him settling into the rhythm of the needle. He found the small place inside himself that liked making damaged things useful again. Not perfect, not new, useful. There was mercy in useful. When he reached the old satchel, the room had warmed fully into day. Mara placed a plate beside him with bread, cheese, and slices of apple. Rowan thanked her, ate a little, then set the satchel across his knees. The old leather carried a faint scent that rose when he opened the flap. Dried leaves, rain, smoke from long-ago fires, and beneath those, something sharper and clean, like green wood cut after spring thaw. The inside was empty, but not entirely. In one of the small inner pockets, his fingers brushed against paper. He paused, then looked toward Mara. There is something inside. Mara came closer. There should not be. Rowan carefully drew it out. It was a folded piece of thick paper, browned at the edges, softened along the creases. A pressed seed, no larger than a grain of barley, had been sealed into the fold with a dab of old green wax. On the outside, written in faded ink, was a line of script: "For the one who mends the strap after it has carried too many roads." Tovin, who had been pretending not to listen, stopped adjusting the lamp. Mara was silent. Rowan held the paper without opening it. "Did you know this was here?" he asked. "No," Mara said. Her voice was low now. Not frightened, not even surprised in any ordinary sense. More like someone hearing a long-expected note from a room she had not entered in years. Tovin came nearer, but did not crowd. "That satchel has been checked many times," he said. "Then why was it not found?" Rowan asked. Tovin's gaze moved to the root mark on the flap. "Some pockets wait." Mara exhaled softly through her nose. "Sit by the hearth, Rowan. Some papers prefer to be opened where there is warmth." He carried the satchel, the folded paper, and his cup to the chair near the fire. It was the same chair he had sat in on his first night, though he did not experience it as the same scene. Then he had been a traveler receiving shelter. Now he was a man with a half-mended satchel across his knees, invited into the next layer of the village's remembering. Mara sat opposite him. Tovin remained standing beside the mantel, one hand resting on the wood. "Should Sella be here?" Rowan asked. "She would say yes," Tovin replied. Mara looked toward the door. "And somehow she will know to arrive shortly after we decide not to wait." As if summoned by the shape of her name in the air, the door opened a moment later, and Sella stepped in carrying a small covered bowl. "I brought plum preserve," she said, "and I dislike the way all three of you are being quiet." Tovin folded his arms. "We were quiet very skillfully. Never trust skilled quiet." Sella set the bowl on a table and saw the satchel. Her expression softened at once. "Oh," Mara turned to her. "You know it." "Of course I know it." There was a paper inside. Sella came nearer slowly, her gaze on the folded note in Rowan's hand. "Well," she said after a moment, "then the satchel has finally remembered its first owner." Rowan glanced down at the root-stitched leather. "Who was that?" Sella lowered herself into the chair nearest the hearth. "A man named Shiel." The name seemed to change the room in a small way, not dramatically, only enough that the ordinary sounds settled back, leaving a space. "Seal of the East Rain," Mara said softly. Tovin nodded once. Rowan looked from one to the other. Sella folded her hands in her lap. "Before Alderroot became what you see now, before the moss bridges were laid properly, and before the root paths were polished by so many feet, there were only a few families living here. The tree was already ancient, of course. It had stood long before anyone thought to build among its roots. But the village was young, fragile, more clearing than home." She looked toward the window, where daylight moved over the sill. Sia was not born here. He arrived during a season of heavy rain, carrying that satchel and very little else. He had been a road surveyor, or perhaps a map maker. The old accounts disagree. What they agree on is that he knew how to read land. Slopes, springs, soil, the way roots held the earth together. He saw that people were building too near the places where water wanted to pass. Tovin added, he kept the first houses from sinking. He helped shape the early paths. Mara said, he runnels along the roots, the rain pools, the bridges that bend instead of break. Rowan looked down at the satchel. It seemed suddenly more than an object, not grand, but faithful. What happened to him? Sella reached for the note. May I? Rowan handed it to her. She held it close to the firelight, but did not open it immediately. CL stayed 7 years, she said. Then he left. The words were simple, but Rowan heard the delicate care in them. Why? Because staying had healed what leaving had wounded, Sella said. And once he was well enough, he discovered he still had a road to walk, not to escape, not to disappear, to carry what Alderroot had taught him elsewhere. Rowan sat with that. It unsettled him, though not unpleasantly. Until then, much of what the village had given him seemed to lean toward remaining. Stay for supper. Stay one more night. Stay long enough for the word to soften. Les's Fern had shown him that staying could be a journey. But Sia's satchel suggested something wider, gentler, and more difficult to define. Perhaps rootedness was not simply the opposite of leaving. Perhaps one could belong to a place without being held there forever. Sella opened the paper. The old creases gave a faint crackle. She read silently first. Her eyes moved slowly across the page. Then she looked at Rowan. It is addressed to no name, she said. Only to the mender. Mara nodded. Then let the mender hear it. Sella handed the paper to Rowan. His first instinct was to give it back. He felt, suddenly, that the note belonged to the village more than to him. But Mara's gaze was steady, and Tovin's quiet had lost its teasing edge, and Sella had already folded her hands again. So Rowan looked down and read. The handwriting was old-fashioned but clear. If this is found, then the strap has carried longer than I expected, which means the satchel has done its work well. I leave this seed in the fold not because it must be planted, but because someone once told me every road should carry one quiet reminder of soil. When I came to the great tree, I thought roots were a kind of refusal. I thought they meant a thing had chosen never to move. I was wrong. Roots are how a living thing receives what it needs deeply enough, that it can keep reaching. The people here taught me that rest is not an ending. It is the hidden work beneath all true journeys. If you are mending this, then perhaps you know something about weariness. Perhaps your hands understand what strain looks like before it becomes a break. Do not despise the worn place. It is where the weight was carried faithfully. Strengthen it. Do not hide it. And when you have done so, ask yourself whether you are repairing the strap only so it can leave again, or so it can carry differently. Either answer may be good. Only let it be honest. See, Rowan lowered the paper. No one spoke. Outside the inn, a breeze moved through the leaves, and the shadows passed across the windows in slow overlapping shapes. The kettle on the hearth gave a small sigh. The seed remained sealed in the fold where the wax had held it for years. Rowan read the letter again, this time more slowly. Do not despise the worn place. It is where the weight was carried faithfully. He thought of a tear in the strap, the thinning leather. Stress marks formed not by failure, but by use, by being lifted, carried, trusted. He thought of his own weariness, and how often he had treated it as proof that something in him had gone wrong. But perhaps weariness was also evidence, evidence of roads taken. of burdens carried longer than anyone could see, of a life that had kept going, even when going had not been the same as living well. Mara's voice came gently. "What will you do with it?" "With the letter? With the strap?" Rowan looked at the satchel lying across his knees. The old strap waited, torn near the shoulder piece. "I will mend it where it is worn," he said. "I will not cut that part away." Tovin nodded, satisfied. "Good." Too many people repaired by removing the story, Hela's eyes warmed. Seal would have liked that. Rowan folded the letter carefully, heaping the seed in place, and set it beside the satchel. Then he returned to the counter for the tools. When he came back to the hearth chair, the others did not leave. Neither did they hover. Mara went to polish cups. Tovin resumed his negotiation with the lamp. Sella took out a small notebook and wrote something with a pencil she kept tucked behind one ear. The room gathered around Rowan as he worked. First, he cleaned the leather with a cloth dampened in warm water under boil. Then he trimmed only the ragged threads that would weaken the repair, leaving the worn section intact. He chose a patch of softer leather from Mara's box, one flexible enough to bend with the old strap rather than fight it. He warmed it near the hearth, shaped it slowly with his fingers, and placed it beneath the tier like a hand supporting a tired shoulder. The stitching took time. The thread Mara had given him was brown, strong, serviceable. But after the first few stitches, Sella rose without a word, and returned with a small spool of green thread faded almost to the color of the original root stitching. "Found in my register box," she said, likely waiting to become useful. Rowan accepted it. He stitched with care, following the old pattern where he could, not copying it perfectly, but letting his repair speak to it. The needle passed through old leather, new leather, old again. Pull, settle, breathe. Pull, settle, breathe. Outside, the morning leaned toward noon. Inside, the fire lowered itself into coals. At some point, Annie appeared in the doorway with her thinking book under one arm. She looked at the satchel. "Is that mine?" she asked. Mara turned. "Not yet." Annie stepped closer, serious as ever. "Is it becoming mine?" "That depends on whether Rowan can convince the strap to continue." Rowan looked up. "It is considering the matter." Annie nodded as if this was sensible. She came to stand beside him, watching the needle move. "My book says that bags remember the shape of what they carry." "Does it?" It did not say it in words, but I think that is what it meant. Rowan glanced at the satchel. "Then this one remembers many things." Annie looked at him. "Will it remember me?" "If you carry questions in it, I imagine so." She considered this with great care. "I have more questions than pockets." "Then you may need the satchel." Seemed to satisfy her. She sat on the floor near the hearth, opened her book, and turned a page without reading it. Rowan continued stitching. When the repair was finished, the strap did not look new. It looked better than new. It looked as though someone had acknowledged the exact place where it had weakened, and had chosen to strengthen it without pretending it had never borne weight. Rowan held it up. The green stitching curved over the worn place like roots holding a bank after rain. Mara came nearer. Tovin leaned over her shoulder. Stella closed her notebook. I stood. "Well?" Mara asked. Rowan pulled gently on the strap. It held. He pulled a little harder. Still it held. "It will carry," he said. Annie reached out, but stopped before touching it. "May I?" Rowan placed the satchel into her hands. It was almost too large for her, but not quite. She slipped the strap over one shoulder. It crossed her chest at an angle, the repaired place resting near her collarbone. She stood very straight beneath it. "How does it feel?" Mara asked, and they looked down at the satchel, then toward the door, then back at Rowan. Like it has already been somewhere, she said, but it does not mind going again. Tovin made a soft sound of approval, a fair description of many elders. Sala laughed under her breath. Annie carefully removed the satchel and laid it on the table. "Can I keep the letter in it?" Mara glanced at Rowan. The question had come to him somehow, though no one had decided aloud that it should. Rowan looked at the folded paper with sale seed still sealed inside. "It belongs with the satchel," he said, and he touched the edge of the letter. "I will not open it too much. Letters like that do not mind being read," Sela said. "They were written to wait." Mara fetched a small green ribbon and tied the letter gently around the satchel as in her loop, where it would not be lost. For a while after that, Ian returned to its ordinary movement. Something in Rowan remained gathered around the repaired strap. Tovin left to collect lantern glass from a woman near the rain pool. Sela took the blank plaques to the register room, and he carried the satchel away with both hands, walking carefully, as if entrusted not with an object, but with a small piece of history that had agreed to travel again. Mara and Rowan were left with the quiet afterwork. He cleaned the tools one by one. Mara collected the scraps of leather. "You repair well," she said. "I used to do it often. Used to. The road. Before the road became more leaving than going." Mara did not answer immediately. The words had surprised him, but he did not take them back. They were true in a way he had not known until saying them. There had been a time when travel had opened the world. Then, slowly, without his noticing the exact day it changed, travel had become the habit of not remaining where questions might find him. Mara wrapped the remaining thread around its spool. "There is a difference," she said, "between a road that leads and a road that chases." Rowan looked toward the window. Beyond it, Alderroot's root paths curved through the afternoon light. Not one of them was straight. Each turned around something living. Each accepted the shape of the tree and half found its way by bending. "I think mine was chasing me for a while," he said. "And now," he placed the cleaned awl back into the box, "now it is outside the village somewhere, waiting to see whether I come back to it." Mara nodded. Roads can learn patience, too. Later, after midday food had been served and cleared, Rowan took Seal's letter in his mind to the Root Arch. He did not bring the paper itself. It remained with Annie's satchel, but the words traveled with him as he walked alone beneath the leaves. "Do not despise the worn place. Strengthen it. Do not hide it." The arch was empty when he arrived. The names rested in their rows, newly oiled from yesterday's work, darker and clearer than before. He found Lisa's plaque first, then the blank one beneath it. He found Orin of the broken cart, Mirabelle hands, Tavian with blue bees, the cup mark for the unnamed woman. After a while, he began looking for Seal. It took longer than he expected. Seal's plaque was not among the lower rows, not in the middle, not near the blank places. Finally, Rowan found it high along the right curve of the arch, partly shaded by a fold of bark. Seal of the East Rain, who taught the roots where water wished to go. The plaque was old, but well kept. Beneath the name, someone had carved a small satchel. Rowan stood beneath it for a long while. Seal had stayed 7 years and left. Lisa had stayed a lifetime after insisting she was only pausing. The unnamed woman had stayed one night and was remembered by a cup. The arch did not seem interested in sorting them by length or certainty. It held them all. Perhaps Alderroot's secret was not that everyone belonged by staying forever. Perhaps it was that rest, once truly received, became part of you, whether you remained or went. The thought did not loosen the word, stay from his pocket. It deepened it. He took out the wooden token. The carved word still held. Stay. But now, after Seal's letter, Rowan read it differently, not as stay instead of leaving, not even stay because leaving was wrong, but stay long enough to know the difference. A leaf drifted down from the canopy and landed near his boot. It was green, veined faintly with silver. Owen picked it up and held it beside the token for a moment, then set it gently at the base of Sila's plaque. A small thanks, nothing more. When he returned to the inn, the day had turned soft and amber. Shadows stretched longer across the root paths. Firefly lanterns were being prepared for evening, though not yet lit. He passed Hoven, adjusting hooks outside the lantern shed, Sella speaking with 2 children beneath the arch, and Annie near the rain pool, carefully placing smooth stones into the satchel, as if testing what sort of questions it preferred. At the root and lantern, Mara had begun preparing supper. She did not ask what he had learned beneath the arch. Instead, she handed him 3 carrots and a small knife. "Can you cut these thinly?" "I can." "Good. Supper has decided to involve soup." Rowan stood at the side counter and sliced carrots into neat orange rounds. The work was simple. The knife was sharp. The inn smelled of onions, herbs, and the beginning of warmth. After a while, Mara said, "Room 7 is still free tonight." Rowan kept cutting. The question had not been asked, but it had arrived. He thought of Sila, who stayed 7 years and then left honestly. He thought of Risa, who stayed 3 days, then 7, then a winter, then a lifetime. He thought of the unnamed woman and the cup. He thought of the old satchel, strengthened where it had worn thin, ready to carry again without losing the mark of what it had already endured. "One more night," he said. "Mara added onions to the pot." "A good answer." "It is the only one I have." "Then it is enough." The first evening hum had not yet come. The village was still in that hour between day work and night glow, when doors remained open and the tree's canopy held the last of the light in its layered leaves. Rowan sliced the last carrot and set the knife down. In his pocket the token rested quietly. Stay. In his other pocket, pressed fern waited beside his handkerchief, for the days when staying is also a journey. He looked around the inn. The counter, the hearth, the hanging lamps, the cups he had dried yesterday, the straps he had mended today, the chair near the fire where he had read Seal's letter, the root walls holding everything in their patient curve. He was beginning to understand that Alderroot did not heal by giving answers all at once. It gave work small enough for the hands, stories old enough for the heart, rooms quiet enough for sleep, and time offered in pieces, no larger than a day, so that a tired traveler did not have to decide his whole life before supper. Outside, leaves moved over the windows. The great tree stood in its ancient stillness, roots deep beneath the village, branches wide above it, remembering roads, rain, names, satchels, worn places, and all the quiet ways a person might learn to be held without being trapped. Rowan lifted the bowl of sliced carrots and carried it to Mara. For tonight he would stay. For tonight that was not a fear. It was a place to rest. The evening did not arrive in Alderroot as an ending. It arrived as a change of work. All afternoon the village had been busy with ordinary things. Bread cooling, herbs being tied, moss brushed clean from the bridges, water drawn and carried, tools returned to hooks, children called in from root paths where their games had grown too quiet to remain games. But as the sun lowered through the canopy and the great leaves began turning their pale undersides toward the last light, the rhythm shifted. Hands that had been kneading dough began closing shutters. Hands that had been sanding wood began covering tools. Hands that had been carrying baskets began lifting lanterns from pegs. It happened so gently that Rowan noticed it only after it had already begun. He was standing outside the root and lantern with an empty basin in his hands, having just poured the last of the wash-water into a narrow channel that ran along the side of the roof-path. Mara had shown him where to pour it so it would pass down toward the rain-pool rather than gather near the inn-steps. The water slipped away in a silver thread, carrying with it a few crumbs, a fleck of carrot peel, and the day's small leftovers. When he straightened, he saw Tovin crossing the square. The firefly-keeper wore his many-pocketed apron, and carried a long wooden pole over one shoulder. From the pole hung several lanterns, each swaying slightly as he walked. And he followed him, the old root-stitched satchel over her shoulder, now properly hers, with a repaired strap lying across her chest. She carried a small covered jar in both hands, and walked with the careful seriousness of someone entrusted with a task that must not be rushed. Tovin looked toward Rowan, and lifted the pole in greeting. "You," he called softly, as if even a greeting should not disturb the leaves. "Man of straps and unexpected letters. Have your hands finished being useful?" Rowan glanced toward Mara, who stood in the doorway with a towel over one shoulder. "Have they?" he asked. Mara considered him for a moment. "They may be loaned until supper, provided Tovin returns them in good condition." "I make no promises about condition," Tovin said, "only illumination." Mara shook her head. "That is exactly why no one lets you borrow chairs." Rowan dried his hands on the cloth Mara gave him, and stepped down from the Alderroot threshold. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Tending the evening lanterns," Tovin said. "Not lighting. Tending. A lantern that is only lit has been given flame. A lantern that is tended has been given attention. There is a difference, and I am surrounded by people determined to forget it." And he adjusted the satchel strap with one shoulder. "I remembered. You remembered, because you enjoy correcting adults." "I do. Useful quality. Keep it polished." Rowan fell into step beside them. They did not begin in the square. Instead, Tovin led them toward a path that ran along the outer curve of the village, where smaller lanterns hung from hooks embedded in the roots at knee-height. In daylight, Rowan had barely noticed them. Now, as the green of afternoon deepened toward blue, their empty glass cups waited like little wells for light. Annie held out the covered jar. Tovin removed the lid. Inside, several fireflies glowed faintly among folded leaves. They did not seem trapped or distressed. They moved slowly, as if the jar were a resting place they had chosen for a while. Tovin dipped 2 fingers into a pouch at his belt, sprinkled something golden onto his palm, and held it near the jar's mouth. One firefly brightened, then another. A third rose, drifted out, and settled on the rim of the first lantern. "Not too close," Tovin murmured. Rowan stayed still. The firefly entered the lantern through a tiny opening in the side, circled once, and came to rest on a small twig fixed inside the glass. Its glow strengthened, warm and steady. Annie smiled, though she tried not to. "One," she said. "One." Tovin agreed. He moved to the next lantern, and Rowan followed. The work was slower than he expected. It was not a matter of taking fireflies and placing them where they were wanted. Tovin did no such thing. He cleaned each lantern first, with a soft cloth wrapped around the end of a narrow stick. He checked the hooks, adjusted the angle of the glass, opened or closed tiny vents, then waited with the jar nearby until one of the fireflies chose to enter. Some did at once, some drifted out, circled the lantern, and returned to the jar. Some rose into the air and vanished among the roots. When that happened, Tovin did not try to catch them. He only watched until their glow disappeared. "Do you lose many?" Rowan asked. Tovin looked at him over the rim of his spectacles. "Lows. I mean, When they fly off, they do not belong to me. Rowan accepted the correction with a nod. Do many choose not to stay? Every evening, and many come back by the second hum, or the third tomorrow, or not at all. The village does not go dark because one small light wanted the leaves instead. And he glanced at Rowan. Some fireflies like high branches better than lanterns, and some like lanterns better when no one is staring at them, Tovin added, looking meaningfully at her. Annie took one deliberate step back. The next firefly entered. They continued along the outer path. Rowan's task, at first, was simply to hold the pole steady while Tovin removed and rehung lanterns. Then Tovin gave him a cloth and showed him how to wipe the glass without leaving streaks. Then a small tool for adjusting the vents. Then, after several lanterns, the jar itself. Hold it near, not over, Tovin instructed. Invitation is not weather. Rowan held the jar beside a lantern no larger than his hand. Inside, the fireflies pulsed softly. One climbed onto the lip of the jar, opened its small dark wings, and lifted into the air. For a moment it hovered between the jar and the lantern, undecided. Rowan scarcely breathed. The firefly drifted toward the lantern, touched the glass, then rose away into the evening. Rowan lowered the jar slightly. That one left. That one chose the evening, Tovin said. I did something wrong? No, it did not enter. Those are not the same statement. The firefly vanished into a cluster of ferns. Tovin took the jar from Rowan and placed it gently into Annie's waiting hands. A person can do everything carefully and still not be chosen as the resting place. That does not make the care wasted. The words were mild, practical, spoken while Tovin adjusted lantern hook that leaned too far toward the path. Rowan felt them move through him with the same soft precision as Seal's letter, and Lysa's fern, and Mara's way of giving work before questions grew too large. A person can do everything carefully and still not be chosen as the resting place. He wondered how many times in his life he had called something failure when it had only been release. The path curved around a great root and came to a little wooden bridge he had not crossed before. This one did not pass over water. It crossed a hollow between two roots, where shadows gathered deeply and coolly rose from below. Lanterns hung along both sides of the bridge, green glass alternating with amber. Several were already glowing, tended by villagers who had come from the other side. Tovin stopped at the center. This bridge is called the Breathing Bridge, he said. Why? Because the tree does. Rowan waited. Tovin lifted one of the lanterns from its hook and handed it to him. It was heavier than the others, older too, with metal darkened by age and glass faintly clouded at the edges. Rowan held it carefully. Stand here, Tovin said. Rowan stood where instructed, in the middle of the bridge. The hollow below was not empty. In the dimness beneath, roots crossed and recrossed like sleeping limbs. Moss grew in pale patches. A thin stream moved somewhere out of sight, its sound low and distant. Now listen, Tovin said. Rowan listened. At first he heard only the small noises of evening. Annie's jar lid being turned between her fingers, a door closing far behind them, leaves brushing the air above the village. Then, beneath the bridge, beneath the path, beneath the great root on which the village rested, he heard a faint movement, not yet the hum, something before it, a slow inward draw, a pause, a slow release. It was so subtle that he might never have noticed without being told. The tree breathes before it hums, Tovin said quietly. Not as we do, not with lungs, but with sap, water, roots, leaves, and memory. The whole village changes with it. Lanterns brighten. Moss takes in dew. Doors settle in their frames. People finish what can be finished, and leave the rest for morning. Nye stood very still. She had heard this before, Rowan guessed, but she listened as if hearing it again still mattered. A hum remembers, Rowan said. Yes, Tovin replied, but not only backward. Rowan looked at him. Tovin's face, usually held in mild amusement, had softened into something older and less easily joked away. When the tree hums at night, it does not merely replay what has been. It sorts, loosens, settles. Some memories must be held. Some must be returned to the earth. Some must be given enough light to become wisdom instead of weight. He touched the old lantern in Rowan's hands. The lanterns help us listen. That is why we tend them before dark. Each light is a small agreement with the tree. We hold what needs holding. We let go of what is ready to fly. As if in answer, the fireflies inside Annie's jar brightened. One rose and drifted into the lantern Rowan held. Then another. Their light moved through the old green glass, clouded at first, then warmer as it spread. But the glow did not steady. It flickered, dimmed, brightened sharply, then dimmed again. Tovin frowned. Ah, he said. Hanny leaned closer. It is coughing. Lanterns do not cough. That one does. Rowan held it away from his body, not in fear, but to see it better. Is something wrong with it? Odd wrong, Tovin said. Full of what? Old holding. He took the lantern from Rowan and turned it gently. Beneath the lower rim, a seam had darkened with layers of hardened wax, dust, and dried leaf matter. A tiny vent near the base was almost closed. This one was cleaned on the outside, Tovin said, but not opened. Annie looked at Rowan. Like the strap, Rowan almost smiled. A little, Tovin grunted. Straps, lanterns, hearts, bridges, everything in this village becomes a lesson for most tired enough. He carried the old lantern to a low stone bench at the far end of the bridge. Rowan and Annie followed. Tovin opened a pocket in his apron and began removing tools. A narrow pick, a folded cloth, a small brush, a flask of oil, and a thin blade with a curved tip. Then he stopped and looked at Rowan. You repaired the satchel by honoring the worn place. Let us see what you do with a lantern that has mistaken holding for never opening. Rowan accepted the tools. The old lantern sat in his lap, its fireflies dim but calm inside. Tovin showed him how to open the lower panel without jarring the glass, and he held the jar nearby in case the fireflies chose to leave while the work was done. They did. Soon as Rowan loosened the panel, one firefly slipped out and rose into the evening air. Another followed. The third remained inside, clinging to the twig. Annie started to lift the jar. Tovin touched her shoulder. Let them decide. The two fireflies hovered around the bench, then moved toward the leaves above the bridge. Their lights became to small stars among the branches. Rowan cleaned the vent slowly. The buildup came away in thin, brittle flakes. It had gathered over many evenings, perhaps years, layer upon layer of smoke, dust, pollen, and resin. None of it terrible, none of it sudden, just small remnants, never fully cleared, till the lantern could no longer breathe well. He worked with care, remembering Sela's words. Do not despise the worn place. But this was different. The worn place on the satchel had needed strengthening. This old buildup needed release. Both were forms of care. The thought steadied him. He brushed the last dark flakes from the vent, waked the inside rim with oil, and opened the panel a little wider before closing it again. The remaining firefly brightened. A moment later, one of the two that had flown off returned and entered through the side opening. It circled once, then settled. The light steadied. Tovin leaned back. There, Annie looked pleased. It stopped coughing. It was never coughing, Tovin said. It was. It was expressing a structural complaint. At his coughing for lanterns. Rowan laughed softly, and the sound surprised him by how natural it felt. They hung the lantern back on the breathing bridge. Its light joined the others, not brighter than them, not special, only steady now that air could pass through it again. For a few moments all three stood watching. The first hum came then. It rose softly beneath the bridge, not sudden, not commanding, but unmistakable. The roots below seemed to answer before the ears could. The lanterns along the bridge dimmed together and warmed. Fireflies in the glass shifted and settled. Somewhere beyond the path, a child's voice quieted mid-sentence. The whole village seemed to pause, not in obedience, but in recognition. Rowan felt the hum through the soles of his boots. He had heard it before as a stranger at the edge of the village. He had heard it in the inn, as a man too tired to ask every question. Now heard it while standing among tended lanterns, with a cloth in his hand, and small flakes of old build-up at his feet. The hum did not show him a vision. It did not open a door. It did something simpler. It helped him notice what he was holding. Not the token, not the fern, not even the memory of the room he had left. Something smaller and more persistent. The habit of bracing himself. He felt it in his jaw, his shoulders, the muscles of his hands, which had closed round tools, straps, walking sticks, and pack buckles for so long that they had forgotten how to be empty. Even here, even after choosing to remain another night, some part of him was still standing ready for departure, before departure had been asked of him. The hum deepened slightly. Rowan breathed in. He did not force the tension away. Did not scold himself for having it. He only noticed it, as he had noticed the block vent in the old lantern. Then he let his shoulders lower, only a little, enough. Beside him, Tovin said nothing. Annie watched the lanterns, perhaps giving Rowan the courtesy of pretending not to see his quiet work. When the hum faded, evening continued. But it continued differently. Lantern after lantern came awake along the paths. The village entered its night glow not all at once, but in small agreements. Tovin led Rowan and Annie from bridge to bridge, from door to door, from low root hooks to higher branch loops reached by the long pole. Sometimes Rowan cleaned glass. Sometimes he steadied a ladder. Sometimes he held the jar while Annie whispered names to the fireflies, though Tovin insisted they did not require names, and Annie insisted everything rested better when named kindly. At one house, an elderly man opened his door and handed Tovin a lantern, whose handle had loosened. At another, a woman asked whether amber glass was better for sad evenings, or if green would do. Tovin answered that sad evenings were perfectly capable of choosing their own glass, then quietly gave her amber. At the rain pool, the lanterns were not hung from hooks, but floated in shallow wooden rings on the water, and they knelt to set one drifting, and the pool held its glow so still that it seemed the village had placed small moons at its feet. Rowan watched the reflected lights tremble each time a droplet fell from the leaves above. "Do these help the tree too?" he asked. Tovin stood beside him with the pole resting against one shoulder. "Everything helps everything when it remembers its place." That sounds like something Sella would carve on a plaque. She already has. Twice. She denies the second one. Anna looked into the glowing water. The pool lanterns are for things that need to be softened, before they are remembered. Rowan looked at her. Tovin nodded. A fair explanation. And they adjusted the strap of Sela's satchel. Mara said the tree listens to footsteps. Does it listen to lanterns? The tree listens to what changes the dark, Tovin said. Rowan carried those words with him as they moved on. The tree listens to what changes the dark. By the time they returned toward the square, night had settled fully beneath the canopy. The village was no longer preparing. It was glowing. Root paths held lines of gold and green. Windows shone softly behind curtains. Moss bridges floated in dim light. Above, the leaves held moonlight in broken silver, and below, firefly lanterns marked every safe turn, every step, every small crossing where someone might otherwise stumble. Yet for all that light, nothing felt bright. Alderroot knew how to glow without waking the world too much. Near the root and lantern, Tovin stopped at the final lantern, one beside the inn door. It was slightly larger than the others, with a rounded top and glass, the color of pale honey. Rowan remembered seeing it his first night, though then it had seemed only part of the village's warmth. Now he saw the small details, the clean vent, the careful hook, the little twig inside, the tiny door left open for entering and leaving. Tovin handed the jar to Rowan. "You do this one." Rowan held it near the lantern, not over it. Annie leaned against the root rail, silent for once. The fireflies inside the jar moved slowly. There were only 3 left. One lifted almost immediately, drifted past the lantern, and rose toward the eaves of the inn. Another climbed to the lip of the jar, paused, then returned inside. The third came out and entered the lantern. Its glow filled the honey-colored glass, soft and warm, touching the inn door. Step, the lower edge of the sign that read "The Root and Lantern." Rowan waited. The second firefly emerged again. It flew once around his hand, then around the lantern, then back toward the jar. For a moment it seemed it would settle inside after all. Up instead, it rose into the air and drifted toward the great trunk, its small light weaving between shadows until Rowan could no longer distinguish it from the other glimmers in the village. He felt, this time, no sense of having failed. The last firefly remained in the jar. Tovin looked at it. "That one can come back with me. Some lights prefer the shed." And he took the jar and closed it gently. A lantern by the inn door shone with one steady firefly. "One is enough?" Rowan asked. Tovin's brows lifted. "For a doorway? Often." Mara opened the inn door just then, warm light spilling behind her. "Supper is ready," she said. "And if Tovin claims lantern tending requires missing soup, do not believe him." "I have never missed soup intentionally," Tovin said. "Intention has not been the issue." They went inside. The inn felt different after tending the lanterns. Rowan had seen the light before it arrived here. He had watched it choose its resting places, watched old vents cleared, watched glass cleaned and hooks steadied. Now the room's glow seemed less like atmosphere and more like relationship. Every light had been invited. Every lantern had been prepared. Nothing was trapped. Nothing was wasted. Supper was quieter than the night before, though no less warm. Soup, as Mara had promised, stood at the center of the table in a deep clay pot. There were mushrooms, onions, carrots. Rowan had sliced, barley, and green herbs that rose fragrant in the steam. Bread was passed. Butter softened near the hearth. Sella arrived late, carrying a folded paper, and pretending she had not been reading plaques by lantern light. Eloin came soon after and took her usual chair where she could see the door. Annie sat with the satchel at her feet. Tovin described the old lantern on the breathing bridge as having survived an excess of internal history. Annie corrected him, saying it had been coughing. Sella sided with acne. Mara sided with the lantern. Elilin, when asked, said some things breathe better after being opened, which settled the matter without settling it at all. Rowan listened more than he spoke, but he was not apart from the table. When the bread reached him, He took a piece and passed it on. When Mara asked for the salt, he handed it without searching. When Tovin wondered whether the inn lantern's lower vent had been cleaned last week or the week before, Rowan answered that the vent looked clear, and Tovin accepted this with mock solemnity. Small belonging had begun to gather around him, not the kind that announced itself, the kind made of knowing where the salt was. After supper, the village entered the hour before the deeper hums. Some people went home, some lingered at the inn. Annie fell asleep briefly with her head against Mara's side, then woke insisting she had been listening with her eyes closed. Tovin took the final jar back to the lantern shed. Sella and Elowin spoke quietly near the window, their voices low as leaves. Rowan stepped outside for a moment. The lantern he had tended shone beside the door with its single firefly. It did not seem lonely. Its light was small, but sufficient. Marked the entrance. It warmed the sign. It made the step visible. Across the village, other lights glowed among the roots, some brighter, some dimmer, some green, some amber, some floating at the rain pool, some hanging from hooks near doorways. The entire hollow rested inside that gentle constellation. The second hum came while Rowan stood there. It moved beneath the village with its familiar deepening note, but tonight he heard more within it. Not words, not music exactly. A gathering, a loosening, a settling of the many small things the day had held. A lantern allowed to breathe, a satchel strengthened without being made new, a child carrying questions, a pack oil so a name could be read again, a traveler staying one more night without calling it forever. The hum passed through the roots and into the soles of his feet. Lanterns dimmed, then warmed. In one of the green glass lamps, near the bridge, a firefly slipped out through the open door and rose into the leaves. No one went after it. Rowan watched its light climb, then disappear, and the village did not darken. He stood with that for a long time. Mara came out beside him, carrying 2 cups of tea. She handed one to Rowan. "Good work with Tovin," she said. "I mostly held things. That is much of lantern tending. He said the hum helps the village hold what needs holding and let go of what is ready." Mara sipped her tea. "Tovin says useful things when distracted by tools. Is that what the tree remembers? What to hold and what to release?" "Partly." "And the rest?" Mara looked out over Alderroot. "The rest is harder to name. The tree remembers how people are connected to what they think they have lost. It remembers paths after feet leave them. It remembers voices after the room grows quiet. It remembers weariness, not as a flaw, but as a place where care should enter. And each night, when it hums, it reminds the village that nothing living can hold everything forever." Rowan held the warm cup between both hands. The tea smelled of mint and apple peel. "What happens if someone refuses to let go?" he asked. Mara's face remained gentle. "Then the tree keeps humming. That is all. That is not a small all." He thought of the old lantern's blocked vent, the layers that had gathered because no one had opened it, the way its light steadied once air could pass through. "No," he said. "I suppose it is not." It stood in quiet company. After a while, Rowan took the token from his pocket. He had not looked at it since before lantern tending. In the glow beside the inn door, the carved word remained unchanged, "Stay." But on the back, above the 3 roots meeting at a door, a new mark had appeared, a tiny lantern. Its door was open. Rowan rubbed his thumb over it. The carving was shallow, but real. Mara looked down at it, then back out at the village. "It seems the tree approved of your evening," she said. "Does it always mark the token?" "No." "What does it mean?" "What does it feel like it means?" Rowan considered. This question, once, might have frustrated him. Now he let it do its quiet work. The token had first shown him a door, and it had asked him to stay. Now it bore an open lantern, lit but not closed. "It means staying is not the same as keeping everything," he said slowly. Mara nodded. "And letting go is not the same as leaving?" "No," she said, "it is not." The third hum did not come with visions that night. It came later, after Rowan had returned to room 7, after he had washed, folded his clothes, and set the token beside the pressed fern on the small table. He opened the round window slightly, letting the coolly scented air enter. The inn had quieted below. Somewhere outside, one of the floating lanterns at the rain pool knocked softly against its wooden ring. Rowan lay beneath the wool blanket, eyes half open. The third hum rose through the tree, deep, warm, patient. It moved through the room without asking to be understood. It trembled faintly in the glass of the window, in the bed frame, in the cup on the washstand. It passed through Rowan's body like a low tide beneath sleep. He thought of roads, not with fear, not with longing, not even with the old ache, only as things that existed. Roads could lead away. Roads could lead back. Roads could wait beyond the forest, without needing to pull him from bed before morning. He thought of the firefly that had chosen the leaves instead of the lantern. He thought of the lantern that had shone with one small light, enough for a doorway. He thought of himself, not as someone who had failed to keep moving, but as someone who had found place to breathe. His shoulders softened against the mattress, his hands open beneath the blanket. On the table, the token and fern rested side by side. Door, roots, lantern, leaf, Alderroot, globe beyond the window. Village of moss bridges and wooden doors, of old names and new questions, of lanterns that invited light and roots that held without trapping. A great tree stood over it all, humming softly into the night, remembering not to keep the past alive forever, but to help every living thing know what could be carried, what could be strengthened, and what could finally be released. Rowan closed his eyes. For one more night he stayed. And somewhere in the branches above the inn, a firefly that had chosen the leaves blinked once in the dark, as if answering a lantern below, before folding its tiny light into sleep. By the third morning, Rowan had begun to understand that Alderroot did not repeat itself, even when the days seemed gentle enough to be the same. The village woke with familiar sounds. Water in the channels, footsteps on root paths, doors opening softly into green light, the faint brush of brooms across thresholds. The inn smelled of tea and warm bread again. The leaves outside room 7 shifted in the morning air as they had before. The same cup sat on the washstand. The same shelf held its 3 quiet books. And yet the morning felt different, not larger, not urgent, only expectant. Rowan noticed it first in the way Mara moved through the root and lantern. She was not hurried, exactly, but she had tied her gray braid higher than usual, and the wide flat basket rested on the counter beside the breakfast bowls. It was woven of pale willow and lined with green cloth. A second basket leaned near the door. A third sat beneath the window, already holding several leaves larger than Rowan's hand. They were not dry leaves, though they had fallen. Their edges were green fading toward silver. Their veins held a faint brightness, as if moonlight had remained in them after night. They lay in the basket without curling, each one separate from the others, each one seeming too complete to have simply drifted from a branch and landed by chance. Rowan came down the root stair and paused at the sight of them. Mara glanced over. "Careful," she said. "The first time one sees them, one is tempted to ask 6 questions before breakfast. I was only preparing 3. Admirable restraint. He came closer to the counter. "Are these from the great tree?" "They are. They fell this morning, before dawn." Mara placed a bowl of porridge in front of him. "Leafall has begun." Rowan looked toward the open door. Outside, the village had its usual morning shape, yet now that he knew to look, he saw baskets everywhere. A child carried one against her hip. An old man stood beneath a low branch with both hands out, waiting. Across the square, Sella moved slowly along a root path, ending now and then to lift a leaf with the care one might use to pick up a letter. "Is it seasonal?" Rowan asked. Mostly. The tree observes seasons, but not calendars." This sounded so much like Alderroot that Rowan accepted it without difficulty. He ate while Mara explained only what she thought he needed. "Leafall," she said, "came a few times each year, usually when the air had begun to turn, but before the true cold. The great tree would release a small number of leaves over several days. Not many, never enough to bear even the lowest branches. These leaves were gathered before noon and carried to the listening hollow, where the village would sit with them at dusk. Not to read them, not exactly. To listen. "Leaves carry memory?" Rowan asked. Mara poured tea into his cup. "Traces. Impressions. Things the tree has held long enough that they can be shared gently. Shared with everyone, whoever comes to listen. And what if someone hears something private? The tree has better manners than that." Rowan looked down at his porridge. He had begun to trust this answer, more than he would have 3 days ago. After breakfast, Mara gave him one of the empty baskets. Its handle was smooth from use. A small leaf had been carved near the rim, and beneath it, in tiny letters, were the words, "Lift only what rests." Rowan ran his thumb over the carving. "What does that mean?" "It means we do not pull leaves from branches, shake roots, climb after them, or chase them, if the wind carries them away." Mara tied a strip of green cloth around the basket handle. "A fallen leaf that still wants to travel is not yet ours to gather. Father would approve. Tovin thinks he invented respect because he keeps insects company." Rowan smiled. Mara placed one of the silver-veined leaves from her basket into his. "For the first one," she said, "so you know the weight." It was lighter than he expected. The leaf made almost no sound against the cloth. Yet as Rowan held the basket, he felt the faintest vibration through the handle. It was not the hum, not even close. More like the afterthought of a note, a warmth without heat, a word before it became language. He looked up. Mara's expression softened. "Yes," she said. "That." He did not ask what that was. He carried the basket outside. Morning had opened fully into the village now, but the work of leaf-fall made everyone slower. No one swept leaves into piles. No one gathered quickly for the sake of gathering more. Villagers moved along the root paths with baskets lined in cloth, pausing whenever a leaf rested in the open. They lifted each one with both hands, or slid it carefully onto a palm-sized wooden board before placing it in a basket. Children were allowed to gather too, but only with an adult nearby. Not because the leaves were dangerous, but because children liked to collect anything that looked important, and leaf-fall required a gentler discipline. Annie came around the curve of the rain pool with Celia's satchel over one shoulder and a small basket in her arms. The satchel looked as though it had already accepted her. The repaired strap lay smoothly across her chest. Into one side pocket she had tucked a pencil, into another several smooth stones. A corner of the folded letter from Seal show inside the inner flap, tied safely with Mara's green ribbon. "You are gathering?" she asked Rowan. "I had been trusted with a basket." "That means you must not sneeze near the leaves. I will remember." She nodded with great seriousness. then leaned closer to inspect the single leaf Mara had given him. That one is quiet. They make sounds? Not sounds. Annie frowned, searching for the right word. Near sounds. Ah, you will know when one is not quiet. Before Rowan could ask what she meant, a leaf loosened from somewhere high above them. It did not fall straight down. It turned slowly as it came, spinning once, then drifting sideways on a current of air that neither of them could feel. Its green surface flashed silver, in shadow, in silver again. Rowan and Annie both stood still. The leaf passed between them, moved beyond the rain pool, brushed the edge of a lantern hook, and settled on the flat stone where Annie had once sat with her thinking book. Annie exhaled. "That one is mine," she said. "How do you know?" "It landed where I think." She set her basket down, approached the stone, and waited a moment before touching the leaf. When she lifted it, her expression changed. Not dramatically, only slightly, as if she had heard someone speak kindly from a room nearby. "What does it say?" Rowan asked, then immediately wondered if the question was too direct. But Annie did not seem offended. "It remembers someone learning to read slowly," she said, and not being laughed at. She placed the leaf in her basket. Rowan felt something quiet tighten behind his ribs, then ease. The memory was not his. He had not seen it, had not heard it. But the thought of it moved gently through the morning air. Someone, long ago perhaps, sounding out words beneath the tree, while another person waited with patience instead of mockery. A small memory, a great one. Nanny touched the satchel strap. "I will put that near my book tonight." They walked together for a while. At the rain pool, two leaves had gathered against the edge of the water, not floating, but resting on the stone lip, as though choosing not to cross. Annie collected one. Rowan collected the other. His leaf was pale at the stem and deep green at the edges, with one silver vein running down the center. As he placed it in his basket, he felt a brief impression, not an image, not words, a smell, freshly cut wood after rain, and the sound of laughter, low and relieved, and the sense of a bridge standing firm after a storm. Seal, perhaps, or someone who had learned from him. The impression faded as soon as he tried to hold it too closely. Annie looked at him. "You heard one." "I think so." "You must not squeeze it." "I was not going to." "With your mind, I mean." Rowan looked at her. She looked back, perfectly calm. "That is harder," he admitted. "Yes," she said. "Adults squeeze many things with their minds." They continued through the village. The leaf-fall work carried Rowan into places he had not yet been. A low garden tucked between roots where pale mushrooms grew beneath glass bells. A washing line strung over a narrow stream, where leaves had landed among linen cloths, and were being freed with great patience by two laughing women. A small open workshop, where the spoon-carver sat with his knife set aside, both hands cupped around a leaf as though warming it. Oh, no one spoke loudly, but the village was not solemn. There was tea passed from doorway to doorway, soft laughter when leaves landed in difficult places, the occasional consultation about whether a leaf was resting or still traveling. Tovin insisted that one leaf on the roof of the lantern shed was clearly still considering descent. Had refused to fetch it, though Sella accused him of avoiding ladders. Alone moved quietly near the lower paths, gathering only the leaves that fell close to old doors. By midday, Rowan's basket held 9 leaves. Each one carried a different nearness. A hand closing a wooden shutter before rain, a bowl being placed before someone hungry, a song hummed by 3 voices, one of them off-key, a pair of boots left by a doorway and still there in the morning, a lantern hook being carved, a child asleep under a table during a winter gathering. None of these memories struck like revelation. They arrived like warm stones placed one by one into the palm, small, ordinary, rooted things, and together they began to answer a question Rowan had not realized he was still asking. What did the great tree remember? Not only sorrow, not only arrivals, not only hidden doors and old wounds, and the weariness people brought in from far roads. The tree remembered care, the kind so quiet that people forgot it had saved them. At noon the villagers carried their baskets to the listening hollow. It lay on the eastern side of the great tree, beyond the rain pool, and below a wide curve of roots that formed a natural amphitheater. Rowan had passed near it before without understanding its purpose. In daylight it looked like a bowl of moss and soft earth, ringed by root benches and low stones. Above it the canopy opened just enough for a shaft of pale sun to fall into the center. There several broad cloths had been spread. People came and placed their gathered leaves upon them, not in piles, but in loose circles, green beside silver, gold veined beside rain dark. Large leaves at the outer edges, smaller ones near the center. Sella moved among them, adjusting here and there, not organizing too strictly, only helping the arrangement breathe. Mara arrived with a basket full of leaves and a jug of tea. Tovin brought 3 lantern frames with no fireflies in them yet. Elowen brought leaves from the lower doors, wrapped in a dark cloth, and he placed her reading leaf near the center, then sat beside the circle with her book in her lap and the satchel at her feet. Rowan stood holding his basket, uncertain where to place what he had gathered. Sella noticed. "Wherever your hand lowers first," she said. He knelt and began laying the leaves on the cloth one by one. The bridge after rain-leaf, the shutter before rain-leaf, the bowl before hunger-leaf, the song-leaf, the boots at the door-leaf. As each leaf left his hand, he felt its impression loosen from him, not vanish, only settle somewhere larger than his own attention. When his basket was empty, Sella handed him a cup of tea. "You gathered well," she said. "How can one gather badly?" "By trying to collect what has not fallen, by taking more than one can carry gently, by thinking a memory belongs to whoever finds it first." Rowan looked at the leaves arranged on the cloth. "Who do they belong to?" Sella's gaze followed his. "To the tree, to the village, to those who live them, to those who need them. Belonging is sometimes shared without being divided." The listening did not begin until late afternoon. This, Mara explained, was because the leaves needed time to settle after being gathered, and because people listened better after eating. So the village took its midday meal around the hollow. Bread, cheese, pears, small onions cooked in butter, mushroom cakes wrapped in cloth, tea poured into clay cups. People sat on root benches and stones, speaking softly, telling ordinary stories. No one discussed the leaves too directly. Rowan sat with Mara, Tovin, Sella, Elowen, and Annie beneath a low branch. Her tiny white flowers grew from the moss at their feet. Annie had begun writing something in a notebook, using the satchel as a desk. "What are you recording?" Rowan asked. "Questions I did not ask yet." "Why not ask them?" "Some questions improve if left in a satchel overnight." Tovin nodded gravely, a well-established principle. Mara handed Rowan another piece of bread. "You are looking less like a man who expects to be asked to leave." The sentence was gentle, but it found him. He looked toward the leaves in the hollow. "I still notice the exits, of course, but I do not measure them as often." Mara accepted this with a small nod. Rowan, who had been quiet for some time, spoke then. "A route does not forbid a path. It only gives the traveler a true place to return within himself." Rowan let the words rest. A few days ago he might have tried to understand them fully at once. Now he simply allowed them to sit beside the taste of bread warmth of tea, the murmur of the village, and the sight of leaves waiting to be listened to. When the sun slipped lower, and the hollow filled with green shade, Sella stood. No bell was rung, no announcement was made. She simply stood, and the conversation softened. Villagers came to sit around the leaf circles. Children leaned against parents. Tavan placed his empty lantern frames at 3 points around the cloth. Alone set the dark-wrapped leaves from the lower doors near the outer edge. Mara sat with her hands folded loosely in her lap. Ani held her book closed for once. Rowan sat on a low root bench beside the path. Sella stepped into the center of the hollow. "Leafall has come," she said. Her voice was not raised, but the hollow carried it. "The tree has released, may be shared. We will not take more than is given. We will not hold more than is needed. We will listen for care, for warning, for gratitude, for rest, for the small true things that keep a village rooted." She looked around the circle. "Let each leaf speak only as softly as it chooses." Then she sat. For a while nothing happened. Or rather, nothing happened that a hurried person would have called happening. The leaves lay still on their cloths. The villagers breathed. Somewhere above, branches moved in the late light. A bird called once from the western canopy. The air cooled by a degree. Then the hollow filled with near sound. Rowan remembered Ani's word, and understood why she had chosen it. It was not music, not speech, not the deep hum of night. It was a delicate layering of impressions, so soft that listening too hard made it fade. The leaves seemed to release memory, the way tea releases scent into steam. A murmur of rain on roofs, the scrape of a chair being pulled closer to a bed, someone laughing through tears, though the sadness itself was long gone. A kettle set down, a hand tapping twice on the wooden door before entering, a young voice reciting a line over and over until it became familiar. A wheel turning, bread split open, a lantern being rehung, roots drinking after a dry season. No memory arrived complete. They brushed the listeners lightly, offering texture rather than story. Rowan felt them pass through the hollow and settle among the people gathered there. Some villagers closed their eyes. Some lowered their heads. Some smiled at something only partly remembered. Annie leaned forward with both hands clasped around her book. Then one of the leaves near the center lifted at the edge, not by wind. It trembled, turned slightly, and released a clearer impression than the others. A table being set for someone who had not yet arrived. One bowl, one cup, a chair drawn back, a candle lit in a window. The feeling of waiting without impatience. Rowan's throat tightened. He did not know whether anyone else felt it as strongly. No one looked at him. No one needed to. The memory moved through the hollow and softened as it went, becoming not his, not Mara's, not the village's alone, but something shared. A place can be prepared before the name arrives. Sella had said something like that beneath the root arch. Now the tree said it without words. Rowan looked down at his hands. They were open on his knees. The leaf settled again. Another near sound rose, this time from the outer ring, where Eloin had placed the lower door leaves. A door closing gently, then opening again years later. Steps, slower than before. A hand resting on bark, a voice too soft to hear, but full of thanks. Eloin lowered her gaze. Mara reached across and touched the back of her hand, briefly, then let go. The listening continued. It lasted perhaps an hour, perhaps less. Time in the hollow seemed to loosen from the usual measures. The first firefly of evening appeared beneath the fern. Hoverness' empty lantern frames began to catch faint reflections from the leaves, though no fireflies had entered them. The air took on the scent of moss and cooling earth. At last The near sounds faded, not all at once. They thinned slowly, like mist lifting from a field. The leaves became only leaves again, beautiful, silver-veined, still. Sella rose once more. "For what was given," she said. The villagers answered softly, "We receive. For what is not ours to keep, we release. For what returns to the roots, we trust." No one explained the words to Rowan. He found that he did not need them explained. After the listening, each person came forward to choose one leaf from the circle. Not necessarily one they had gathered, not necessarily one whose memory they had recognized. They chose by nearness, by instinct, by some quiet agreement between hand and leaf. The chosen leaves were placed into 3 different baskets. Mara told Rowan the meaning in a low voice. The first basket is for leaves to be pressed and kept in homes for a season. The second is for leaves to be steeped into the resting tea served in winter. The third is for leaves returned to the roots before night. How do they decide which basket? They listen. Rowan watched Annie choose the reading leaf and place it carefully in the first basket. Tavin chose the leaf that had carried the sound of a repaired hinge, and placed it, after much thought, into the third. Sella selected a small gold-edged leaf and put it in the winter tea basket. Alone chose none, but placed one hand over the dark cloth she had brought, and closed her eyes. Mara nudged Rowan gently with her elbow. "You may choose. Phone calls." Looked over the leaves. Many were lovely. Hemi seemed to carry a warmth he could almost feel. He waited, not wanting to take for the sake of taking. "Any fun says to forest." A modest leaf near the edge of the cloth, partly hidden beneath a larger one. Its stem was short. One side bore a small tear, clean and natural, not damaging its shape. On its center ran 3 silver veins, meeting near the base like roots at a door. Rowan knelt and lifted it. The impression came softly, not from his past, not from his past, not from Alderroot's oldest history. It was the feeling of a pack being set down beside a bed, the sound of buckles loosening, the first full breath after deciding not to leave before morning. He closed his eyes. The memory was his. But not only his, the tree had taken that small moment from his first night and held it among the village's other quiet mercies, not as a wound, not as a spectacle, as care, as one more example of rest entering the world. When Rowan opened his eyes, Mara was watching him with kindness but no question. He looked at the 3 baskets, the first to keep, the second to steep, the third to return. For a moment he wanted to keep the leaf, to press it beside Lisa's fern, to carry proof that the tree had noticed even the quietest part of him. But another feeling rose beneath that, a steadier one. He did not need to keep every sign of having been held. Some signs could be trusted back to the roots. He placed the leaf in the third basket. As soon as it left his hand, a wooden token in his pocket warmed. Not much, only enough for him to notice. He did not take it out then. He only placed one hand over it and stood. The leaf-fall baskets were lifted as evening gathered. The first went with Sella to the register room, where leaves would be pressed between pages. The second went with Mara, who would dry and store them for winter tea. The third was carried by Eowyn toward the oldest roots. This time Rowan did not ask to follow. Nor was he asked. Some parts of the custom belonged elsewhere, and he found he could respect that without feeling excluded. Belonging, he was learning, did not require entry into every room. Instead, he helped Tovin hang the 3 empty lantern frames around the hollow. Fireflies came to them slowly as dusk deepened. Annelle stood beside Rowan with her satchel open, making sure her chosen leaf rested safely inside her book. "Why did you return yours?" she asked. Rowan looked toward the path, where Elone had disappeared with the third basket. "Because I think the tree had already given it to me once." Annie considered that. "Some gifts are better after being given back," she said. "Did your book say that?" "No, I did." "Then your book is learning from you." She smiled at that, a small, private smile, and closed the satchel flap. By the time Rowan and Mara returned to the root and lantern, the village had entered its evening glow. The first hum rose just as they reached the inn door, deep and gentle beneath the roots. Rowan paused, feeling it through the path. Round the hollow, the leaf-o lanterns answered one by one, their lights soft as breath. Inside, supper was simple: bread, cheese, warm soup left from the previous night, pears sliced thin, tea scented faintly with one of the leaf-o leaves Mara had not yet dried. The tea tasted of rain on wood, and a kindness almost remembered. Rowan drank it slowly. Later, in room 7, he finally took the token from his pocket. The front still read, "Stay." On the back, below the open lantern and above the 3 roots, a new carving had appeared. Single falling leaf, was small, shaped with only 3 lines, but Rowan knew what it meant. Not every memory had to be carried in his hands. Not every comfort had to be kept as proof. Some things could be received, trusted, and returned. He placed the token beside Lass's fern. Then, after a moment, he opened the untitled book from the shelf for the first time. Its pages were blank, not empty in the barren sense, waiting. Rowan sat by the round window while the second hum moved through the village. He took the pencil Annie had lent him earlier, and wrote one line on the first page, not as a confession, not as a promise, only as a marker of the day. "Today I learned that the tree remembers care." He looked at the sentence for a long while. Then he closed the book. Outside, Alderroot settled beneath the great canopy. Leaves shifted above the lanterns. Fireflies moved through the mossy paths. Somewhere beyond the inn, Alone returned from the old roots with an empty basket. Somewhere near the rain pool, Annie was likely placing her reading leaf between the pages of her thinking book. Somewhere in the register room, Sella was pressing leaves beside names. Somewhere in the kitchen below, Mara was drying leaves that would become winter tea. The third hum came when Rowan had already climbed into bed. It rose slowly, warmer than the cool air at the window, deeper than the last light beyond the leaves. It carried no vision, no question, no new summons, only the sense of many small memories settling into the same vast root system, held together without being confused for one another. Rowan rested one hand over his chest. His pack stood in the corner, still closed. His boots waited by the door, not pointing outward tonight, but resting side by side. The road existed. The village existed. The tree remembered. And for the first time, Rowan understood that being rooted did not mean all movement had ended. It meant there was something beneath him now, something patient and living, receiving the weight he no longer needed to carry alone. Outside the window, one last leaf loosened from the branches. It drifted down through moonlight, turning slowly, silver then green, green then silver, until it disappeared among the roots where the village slept. Rowan did not rise to gather it. He let it fall where it wished, and beneath the great tree, with the remembered care of Alderroot settling softly around him, he closed his eyes and followed the hum towards sleep. The morning after leaf-fall, Rowan woke before the village. This did not happen because the room was cold or because some sound had startled him from sleep. It happened quietly, almost kindly, as if some part of him had risen to the surface before the rest of the world, wanting a few moments alone with the green dark stillness before doors opened, kettles warmed, and footsteps began moving along the roots. Room 7 held the last deep blue of night. The round window was slightly open, as he had left it, and through it came the scent of damp leaves, moss, and the faint sweetness of bark after a long night of breathing. No lantern shone directly through the glass now. The fireflies outside had dimmed or wandered elsewhere. The village rested in the hour before its first ordinary motions. Beyond the window the great tree seemed less like a shape than a presence, immense and patient in the dark. Rowan lay still beneath the blanket. For a moment he listened for the hum. It was not there, not in the way he had come to recognize at night, moving through roots and floors and glass, but the silence that remained after it had its own softness. It felt like the room after someone kind had finished speaking and left the listener with enough quiet to understand. On the small table beside the bed lay three things: the wooden token, Liza's pressed fern, the untitled book. The token now carried its small record of his days in Alderroot. The words, "Stay" on one side, and on the other, the three roots meeting at a door, the open lantern, and the falling leaf. The fern rested in its copper frame, faded and delicate, still holding the sentence that had first made room inside him for the thought that staying could be more than a refusal to move. And the book waited. Rowan sat up slowly, reached for it, and opened the first page. Today I learned that the tree remembers care. His own handwriting looked strange to him in the pale morning, not because it was poor, but because it belonged to a version of himself willing to leave a mark behind. For many weeks on the road he had avoided writing anything, not letters, not notes, not even lists, unless necessity demanded it. Writing had felt too much like admitting he expected tomorrow to find him in a shape worth addressing. Now the blank space beneath the sentence did not frighten him. It invited him. He took the pencil from the table. For some time he did not write. He only held the pencil and watched the slow light gather beyond the window. A bird called once from a high branch, then tucked itself back into silence. Somewhere below, water moved through a channel, though no one had yet poured anything into it. The village seemed to have inner streams that never slept. At last he wrote, "A lantern does not keep light at closing around it." He paused. Then beneath that, "A worn place is not always a broken place." Then, "Not every memory must be kept in the hand." He looked at the three lines. They were not lessons in the grand sense. They were not laws. They were small enough to fit inside a day, small enough to be trusted. His hand hovered over the page again. The next sentence came more slowly. "I am not sure whether I am resting or hiding." Once written, the words seemed larger than he had intended. Rowan set the pencil down. The room did not change. The tree did not hum. No token warmed in answer. No leaf drifted through the open window. The sentence simply remained on the page, dark and honest, asking nothing more than to be seen. He read it once, and again. Resting or hiding. The difference had lived inside him for longer than he had wanted to admit. When he first entered Alderroot, he would have said he only needed sleep, food, perhaps a few days of quiet before moving on. That had been true, but not complete. He had needed rest. He still did. But there was another possibility, too. Softer danger, that he might take shelter in gentleness. Not because gentleness had healed him, but because it asked less of him than the open road, or a real home, or the task of choosing his life with clear eyes. The thought did not come cruelly. It came like Mara's hands setting down tea. Plain, warm, difficult to ignore. Rowan closed the book but did not put it away. He dressed, washed, and carried it with him downstairs. The inn was beginning to wake. Mara had opened the front door but not yet lit the stove. She stood outside on the threshold, sweeping yesterday's dust and leaf-full fragments from the step with slow strokes. The honey-colored lantern beside the door was dim in the early light, its single firefly gone to wherever fireflies went after keeping watch through the night. She looked over her shoulder when Rowan came down. "You are early," she said. "So are you. I own an inn. On believes it has rights over me." He stepped outside, holding the book under one arm. The air was cool enough to make the warmth of the inn behind him feel real. Pale light had begun to gather in the upper leaves, while the paths below still rested in green shadow. A few leafy leaves remained tucked along root edges, ones that had not settled in time to be gathered the day before, or perhaps had chosen to fall after the listening. Mara noticed the book, the untitled one, she said. It was blank. Most useful books are, at least once. Was it meant for guests? Some guests. Not all. Rowan looked at her. "Did you put it there?" "No." "And who did?" Mara leaned the broom against the wall and considered the question as if it deserved more than a simple answer. "Room 7 keeps a blank book when it thinks one is needed." Rowan let out a quiet breath that almost became a laugh. "Rooms here have opinions, too. Only the old ones." "And all the rooms are old?" "Most opinions are." He smiled faintly, but the smile faded as he looked down at the book. Mara saw the change, and her face softened without becoming too careful. "Tea?" she asked. "Yes." They went inside. The inner's morning quiet was different from its evening warmth. It belonged more to wood, steam, and preparation than to conversation. Mara lit the stove, set water to heat, and took 2 cups from the shelf. Rowan sat at the table near the window, the same one where he had dried cups and later shared meals, though now it felt like a place for a quieter kind of work. Mara set tea before him and sat opposite. She did not ask to see the book. That made it easier for Rowan to open it. He turned it so she could read the page. Mara read without touching the book. Her eyes moved over the first lines, the lessons gathered from lanterns, straps, leaves. Then she reached the final sentence. "I am not sure whether I am resting or hiding." She stayed silent long enough that Rowan began to hear the kettle cooling behind her. At last she said, "That is a useful uncertainty. It does not feel useful. Most useful things begin by feeling like an inconvenience." He looked out through the window. The village was waking now. Sella crossed the square with a stack of pressed cloths. Tovin stood outside the lantern shed, shaking something out of his apron while looking personally betrayed by it. And he passed him with the root-stitched satchel and did not slow down, which likely meant she was on the way to ask someone a question before they could escape. Rowan watched them. "I do not want to make this place into another road," he said. Mara waited. He searched for the words. "I mean, I do not want to use it only to avoid what comes next. The road did that for a while. It looked like movement, but it was only delay." His hand rested near the book. "This place could become delay, too, if I let comfort do all my choosing for me." Mara wrapped both hands around her cup. "That is true," she said. He looked at her, surprised by the directness. She did not soften it. "Alderroot is kind," she continued. "It does not harm us. A soft place can still become a hiding place if one asks it to hold what one refuses to look at." Rowan's chest tightened, but not with fear, with recognition. "Does the tree allow that?" "For a while." "For a while?" "The tree is patient. It will let a person sleep. It will let them eat. It will let them sit in the same chair, watch the same leaves, until their breathing returns to them. But eventually, if they are able, it begins asking whether rest is becoming root or simply moss over an unopened door." Rowan looked down at the token. It was in his palm now. Oh, he did not remember taking it from his pocket. The carved side faced up. "Stay. What if I do not know yet? Then that is the truth for today and tomorrow." Morrow may have more light. He let the words settle. Mara rose to take bread from the stove. The loaf cracked faintly as it cooled, filling the room with a warm, dark scent. She cut 2 thick slices, placed one before him, and pushed the butter dish closer. "Tell me what you left," she said. The request was quiet, not demanding, but it opened the morning. Rowan looked at her. "Not everything," she added. "Only the part that keeps walking beside you." For a long while he did not speak. Outside, Alderroot continued. A door opened. Someone laughed softly. Water moved in a channel. The village gave him the dignity of not pausing for his pain. At last he said, "I left a town called Hawick." Mara nodded. Oh, he did not know whether she had heard of it. "I had work there. Not good work, but honest enough. Repairing carts, straps, harnesses, small things, useful things." He touched the edge of the bread, but did not eat. "For a time I thought usefulness was the same as belonging. It often wears the same coat." "Yes." He breathed in slowly. "There was a woman who ran the workshop before me. Her name was Elian. She taught me most of what my hands know. She was not old, but she had a way of making every tool seem as if it had been waiting for her. When she left to care for her sister in another town, she offered me the place." "You did not take it?" "I did, for a while." Mara listened. The work continued. People came. I mended what they brought. I kept the shelves full, paid rent, swept every evening, did everything a person should do if he wants a life to remain standing. He glanced toward the window, but the room never felt like mine. Or perhaps I never let it. I kept thinking Elian would return and find that I had only been keeping her place warm. Then, when she wrote to say she would not come back, I felt less chosen than abandoned, which was unfair to her and unhelpful to me. Mara's expression remained gentle, but her eyes did not look away. "So you left." "Not at once. I stayed badly first." The phrase surprised him. "Stayed badly." It had not existed in him before the words appeared. Mara repeated it softly. "Stayed badly. I kept the workshop open, but I stopped living in it. I ate standing, slept poorly, let repairs pile up until they became urgent, answered people with fewer words. I told myself I was tired of the town, tired of the work, tired of everyone needing something." He swallowed. "But I think I was afraid to want the place after believing it had not wanted me first." The inn was very quiet. Mara did not rush to comfort him. Because of that, the comfort came anyway. "One morning," Rowan continued, "I sat at the little table by the window, the same table the remembering basin showed me. There was a map half folded beside a cup. I had drawn a line on it without really deciding to. South road, then east, then north, if the weather held. I remember thinking that if I left before anyone asked why, I would not have to explain that I no longer knew how to stay without resenting it." He looked down at his hands. "So I closed the workshop, left the key with the baker next door, took my pack, and walked." Mara let the silence after his words remain whole. Then she asked, "Did you abandon the life, or did you set down a shape that no longer fit?" Rowan closed his eyes briefly. "I do not know. No. But now you have a better question." He opened his eyes. Mara spread butter on her bread with calm precision. "You are not the first person to come here after confusing usefulness with belonging," she said, "nor the first to leave a place because staying there had begun to sour inside them. The tree does not ask us to return to every room we left. Sometimes a room was only a room. Sometimes the road is mercy. Sometimes leaving is the first honest thing." Rowan listened, as if the words were being placed carefully into him. But Mara continued, "If we leave without learning what hurt, we carry the same locked door into the next shelter. Then every kind place begins to feel like a test, and every invitation sounds like a trap. He looked at the page of the blank book, still open between them, resting or hiding. "How did you know when you were healing?" he asked. Mara's gaze shifted to the hearth. "I stopped rehearsing my departure every time someone was kind to me." The answer was simple enough to enter deeply. Rowan thought of his boots by the door in room 7. Last night they had not faced outward. He had noticed it before sleep and let them remain. "I still rehearse it," he said. "I know. But less. I know that too." He almost asked how. Then he understood there was no need. Mara knew because she had arrived once with a cracked teapot, 3 coins, and a stubborn belief that moving could keep the past from catching up. She knew because Alderroot had held her long enough for her to stop fleeing inside her own stillness. The morning grew brighter. After breakfast, Mara did not offer him another task immediately. Instead, she pointed toward the door. "Take the book with you," she said. "Walk until one sentence finds you. Where? Not the lower door, not the root arch, not the lantern shed." She considered. "Try the upper moss bridge. You have not seen it properly." Rowan looked at her. "Is this one of those tasks that is not a task? All useful tasks deny being tasks." So he went. He carried the blank book beneath his arm and the pencil in his pocket. The token and fern remained with him too, though he no longer checked them as often. The morning was cool, and the leaful expectancy had softened into a quieter day-after mood. Some leaves had been pressed into windows. A few hung from threads under eaves, drying for tea. The village seemed to hold yesterday as listening, the way a cup holds the warmth of tea after the tea is gone. The path to the upper moss bridge climbed gradually along the tree's northern side. Rowan had seen the bridge from below, but had not crossed it. It arched between 2 great roots that rose higher than the roofs, spanning a shaded hollow where ferns grew thick and silver moss covered the stones. The bridge itself was wider than the smaller ones, made of woven living roots and wooden slats softened at the edges by moss. A low rail curved along both sides. Tiny lantern hooks hung beneath it, unlit in daylight. From its center, the village looked different. Not like a place he had entered, like a place held together by many crossings. Root paths curved below. Houses leaned into the tree and into one another. The rain pool reflected a patch of sky. The lantern shed sat open, Tovin visible as a small moving figure within. The listening hollow lay beyond, quiet after yesterday's gathering. The inn's moss roof glowed softly in the morning light. Above all of it, the great trunk rose, and above that, the canopy opened into layer after layer of green. Rowan rested his hands on the rail. For a long time he only watched. Alderroot did not need him in order to be whole. This was not a painful realization. It was freeing. The village had existed before him, and would continue if he left. Its people had rhythms, work, jokes, customs, old griefs, private histories, and enough cups to dry, without his help. He was not necessary here. Yet he had been welcomed. That difference mattered. In Halewick he had confused being needed with being rooted. When people stopped needing him in the way he expected, he had felt himself vanish. But Alderroot had given him small work without making his worth depend on it. Bread delivered, plaques held, straps mended, lanterns tended, leaves gathered. Each task had included him without consuming him. A place could have room for you without making you the pillar that held it up. He opened the book on the bridge rail. The page after his first entry was blank. He wrote, "A place may welcome me without needing me to earn the right to rest." He read the sentence and felt something in him loosen. Then he wrote, "Being useful is good. Being held is different." The pencil paused. Below that, after a long silence, he added, I do not want to stay badly any more. Wind moved softly over the bridge. One leaf, not a leaf fall leaf, but an ordinary green one, broke loose from a branch and drifted down into the hollow beneath him. It turned once and disappeared among the ferns. Rowan closed the book. When he returned to the inn near midday, Mara was not inside. He found her behind root and lantern in a small kitchen garden he had not yet visited. It grew in a sheltered fold between two roots, with raised beds full of herbs, onions, and dark green leaves. Clay pots lined the root wall. A wooden bench stood beneath a hanging row of drying lavender. Mara knelt beside a bed of thyme, thinning the plants with small scissors. Rowan stopped at the entrance. "I found 3 sentences," he said. Then the bridge was generous. He came to sit on the bench. Mara continued working. He did not show her the page at once. Instead, he watched her hands move among the thyme, careful but unsentimental, cutting what needed space, leaving what would grow stronger. "I told myself in Helwick that no one cared whether I stayed," he said. Mara clipped a small stem and placed it in her basket. "Was that true?" "No." He let the answer stand. "Some cared. Not all loudly. Not in the way I wanted. But some did." Mara nodded. "I think I wanted the town to ask me to belong so clearly that I would never have to risk choosing it myself." The scissors paused, then continued. "That is a very human wish," she said. "It was unfair. Many human wishes are." He looked up through the leaves. "I am not ready to go back. No one asked you to, I know. But I think, some day, I may need to send a letter. Not to return, necessarily. Only to stop leaving without a word." Mara placed the scissors beside her. "That sounds less like hiding." Rowan opened the book and showed her the sentences. She read them from where she knelt, lips moving slightly over each line. When she reached the last one, "I do not want to stay badly any more," she was quiet for a long while. Then she said, "That may be the truest thing you have written yet." The afternoon passed softly after that. Rowan helped in the garden for a while, learning which herbs liked shade and which pretended to like shade until their roots complained. Mara sent him to Tovin with a bundle of lavender for the lantern shed, claiming the place smelt too much like metal and stubbornness. Tovin accepted the lavender with visible suspicion, but hung it near the door. Henny found Rowan near the rain pool, and asked whether books counted as rooms if one could stay in them for an afternoon. Sella, overhearing, said some books were villages, which satisfied Annie completely and confused Tovin when told later. All of it moved gently, yet beneath the gentleness, Rowan felt the story of himself, shifting, not ending, not solved, shifting. That evening he sat at supper with the others, and found himself speaking of Hailwick when someone asked where he had learned to mend leather. He did not tell the whole story, only a little. Eliana's workshop, the baker next door who kept good coffee on cold mornings, a crooked shelf he had never repaired because it annoyed him into remembering where the nails were. People listened without taking the story from him. No one said he must go back. No one said he must not. After supper, Mara brought him a folded sheet of paper and a small envelope. "For when you are ready," she said. Rowan looked at them. A letter, blank paper, is not a command. It is only a door that lies flat. He smiled at that, though his chest had tightened. "Not tonight," he said. "Then not tonight." She placed the paper beside the untitled book at his table, and left it there. Later, in room 7, Rowan set the folded sheet on the table beside the token, the fern, and the book. The arrangement looked almost like an altar, though he would not have called it that. A dortal kun, a press fern, a blank book beginning to hold his hand, a letter not yet written. The third hum came slowly through the floor. Rowan sat by the open window and listened. It did not bring memory tonight. It brought measure. He could feel the difference between a thing waiting and a thing demanding. The letter waited. The village waited. The road waited. Even the word stay waited, carved into the token without tightening around him. He opened the book to the newest page and wrote one final line before sleep. Tomorrow I may begin a letter. Not send. Not finish. Begin. It was enough. He closed the book, placed the pencil beside it, and climbed into bed. Outside, the lanterns of Alderroot glowed softly among the roots. Somewhere near the rain pool, Annie's window still held a small light. Somewhere below, Mara moved through the inn, checking latches, covering bread, banking the fire. Tavannes' lantern shed had gone dark, except for one green shimmer near the door. Sella's register room held pressed leaves and names. Eloin's old doors rested beneath their moss. The great tree hummed over all of it. Rowan's boots stood by the door, not pointing outward, not hidden away, simply waiting. He closed his eyes with the sound of leaves above him and roots beneath him, and felt, for the first time, that tomorrow did not have to be escaped or solved before it came. It could arrive softly. It could find him here. And when it did, he might meet it with a pencil in his hand. Rowan did not begin the letter immediately. He woke with the intention already present, quiet but unmistakable, like a cup set beside the bed before one has opened one's eyes. The words from the night before waited in the untitled book. Tomorrow I may begin a letter. Now tomorrow had arrived, pale and green through the round window of room 7, and the folded sheet Mara had given him lay on the table beside the wooden token, Loise's pressed fern, and the book that had begun to learn the shape of his hand. For a while Rowan only sat and looked at it. The paper was not large. It was cream-colored, thick enough to hold ink without bleeding, with tiny flecks of leaf fiber caught in its surface. The envelope beneath it was plain. No seal, no mark, no expectation. The door that lies flat, Mara had called it. He almost smiled at the memory. Alderroot had many doors, he had learned. Wooden doors, hidden doors, lantern doors left open for fireflies, doorways beneath roots, rooms that placed books where a guest might need them, and blank pages, questions, small decisions no larger than supper. The village had not forced him through any of them. It had only made them visible. He dressed before writing. It felt better that way, more honest. If he was going to speak to the life he had left, he did not want to do it half-wrapped in sleep, as though the words had only wandered out of a dream. He washed carefully, combed his fingers through his hair, folded the blanket, opened the window a little wider, and let the morning air enter. Then he sat at the small table. The first line took the longest. He dipped the pen Mara had left for him into a small bottle of dark green ink, and held it above the page until his hand began to ache with waiting. "Dearie Lion," he wrote it at last, only 2 words, enough to make the room feel larger. He had not spoken her name aloud since telling Mara about Hailwick. Before that, he had kept it folded away with the other pieces of his former life, as if not naming them could keep them from asking anything of him. But now the name sat on the page without anger, without accusation, without the impossible wish that she had stayed so not have been asked to choose. "Dearie Lion," he breathed. Below it, slowly, he wrote, "I have owed you a letter for longer than I knew how to admit." The sentence looked plain, good. Plainness was best for beginnings. He continued, stopping often, not because the words refused him, but because he wanted each one to arrive honestly. He wrote that he had received her last letter in Hailwick, one saying she would remain with her sister and would not return to the workshop. He wrote that he had not answered because he had mistaken silence for steadiness. He wrote that the workshop had continued for a while, that the tools had stayed sharp, that people had still brought carts, straps, harnesses, hinges, and cracked handles to the door. He wrote that the crooked shelf still leaned. Oh, by then he was less certain whether this detail belonged in a letter of apology. It made him pause. Then he left it in. Eliane would remember the shelf. She had once said a workshop should contain at least one harmless flaw, so it would not become proud. The room brightened as he wrote. Outside, Alderroot woke beneath the tree. A footstep passed below his window. A bird called. Water moved through one of Seal's careful channels. Somewhere distant, Tovin objected to something, though Rowan could not make out the words. The sound steadied him. He wrote of leaving. Not every detail. Not as punishment. Not to dramatize what had been quiet and weary. Only the truth. One morning I closed the door and left the key with Marin at the bakery. I told myself I was only going to walk until my thoughts cleared. But that was not true enough. I left because I had stayed badly, and I did not yet know the difference between being needed and belonging. He set the pen down. That sentence cost him something. Not in a damaging way, more as though a knot inside him had tightened once before, loosening, being needed by belonging. There it was, on paper now, no longer only in his chest. He stood and walked to the window. The village below was not watching him. This mattered. No one had gathered beneath room 7 waiting for his honesty to become visible. Mara had not come upstairs. The tree did not hum. Alderroot carried on with mourning, because healing, here, was allowed to happen inside ordinary hours. Annie crossed the path below, the old satchel bouncing lightly at her hip. She had placed something long and feather-like inside it. Perhaps a plant stem, perhaps a question with a handle. She paused near the rain pool, looked up at the canopy, and lifted one hand as a leaf drifted past her without landing. She did not chase it. Rowan returned to the table. He wrote, I do not know yet whether I will return to Halewick. I will not promise what I do not mean, but I want you to know that I am sorry for closing the door without a proper word. You gave me trust when you gave me the workshop. I confused that trust with a test. I was afraid to fail. He paused again, then added, I did fail some things, but not everything. I kept the tools. I kept the work as long as I could. I mended what came to me, until my own worn places began to show. I am learning now that worn places should not be despised. They should be strengthened, opened, or rested, depending on what they need. The letter grew from there, not quickly, but steadily. He told her, without naming every mystery of Alderroot, that he had found a village beneath a great tree. He wrote that the homes were built among roots, that the lanterns glowed with invited fireflies, that people here seemed to know how to give help without making it into a debt. He did not mention the hidden door, or the remembering basin, or the token that changed under his hand. Those things belonged to the quiet inner language of the village. But he wrote of the tree's hum. At night the tree hums. I thought at first it remembered only the past. Now I think it remembers how to hold a village together, without making every person carry the whole weight of it alone. He looked at that sentence for a long time. Then, beneath it, he wrote the hardest part. I am going to stay here for a season. His hand stilled after the period. There it was. Not forever. Not one more night. A season. A length of time large enough to mean something and small enough to remain honest. He read it again. I am going to stay here for a season. The old fear rose but weakly now. It tried to ask whether a season was too much, whether he would become trapped, whether people would expect him to become fixed in a shape before he understood it himself. But the fear no longer spoke with authority. It sounded tired, almost out of date. Rowan touched the token beside the page. Stay. The word felt calm. He took up the pen again. I will help where help is welcome. I will mend what I can. I will learn how to stay without turning useful work into proof that I deserve a place at the table. When the season has turned, I will decide again. Perhaps I will come back to Halewick to see what remains. Perhaps I will write first. Perhaps the workshop is no longer mine to ask about. If so, that may be right too. He stopped, then smiled faintly. Perhaps was not weakness. Not always. Sometimes, perhaps, was honesty leaving room for breath. He finished the letter simply. Thank you for what you taught my hands. I am trying now to let my life learn it too. Rowan, when he set down the pen, the room seemed to exhale. Only then did he realize how tightly he had been sitting. He leaned back, opened his hands on the tabletop, and let the morning settle around the finished page. He did not feel triumphant. That would have been too loud for what had happened. He felt tired, but cleanly tired, like a fool after rain. The letter was not an ending. It was a door left unlatched. He waited until the ink had dried, then folded the paper carefully. The act of folding it moved him more than writing had. Each crease made the words real in another way, first lengthwise, then across. The letter became small enough to fit into an envelope, small enough to travel, small enough to be held by another hand some day. He addressed it to Elaine at her sister's house, copying the place from memory. He had read her last letter often enough, before leaving Halewick, that the address had stayed with him, even when he wished other things would not. Hen, he carried the sealed envelope downstairs. Mara was arranging jars of dried leaf leaves on the shelf behind the counter. Each jar had been labeled in her neat hand. Rain rest, hearth warmth, first bread, quiet return. She looked up when Rowan came down and saw the envelope in his hand. She did not smile. She only gave a small nod, as if greeting something that had walked a long way. Finished? She asked. Begin and finished. Good. I wrote that I am staying here for a season. This time, her expression did soften. A season is a good answer. It felt honest. And it is better than forever spoken out of fear, and better than tomorrow spoken to avoid being seen. He came to the counter and placed the letter before her. How does post leave Alderroot? Slowly, Mara said. That seems right. She took the envelope, turned it once, and read the direction without comment. A peddler comes through every 8 days, sometimes 9 if the western ford is soaking. He carries letters to the outer road, so it will not leave today. No. Rowan waited for disappointment and found none. The letter had been written. That was the work for this morning. The road could carry it when the road arrived. Mara placed it in a narrow wooden box beneath the counter. Several other letters rested there, tied in bundles with string. Will it be safe there? He asked. Safer than most thoughts left unwritten. He smiled. Mara reached for a cup. Tea? Yes. She poured 2 cups and handed one to him. For a while they stood at the counter in companionable quiet. The inn was not busy yet. A few villagers had come and gone. Someone had left a basket of onions near the door with a note that simply said soup. Tovin had delivered a lantern hook for Mara to judge, and then immediately left before she could judge it aloud. Rowan looked toward the window. I thought writing it would make me want to leave, he said. And did it? No. What did it make you want? He considered. Stay clearly. Mara held her cup in both hands. That is different from staying, because your boots are tired. Yes, and different from staying because the road frightens you. He nodded. Outside. Annie appeared at the window and held up a page from her notebook. On it she had written, in large uneven letters, Can a question sleep if it has no answer? Mara read it through the glass and called, Yes, if it has a proper blanket. Annie frowned, considered this, and wrote something beneath the question and marched away. Rowan laughed softly. The day unfolded after that with a gentle sense of decision already made. Not announced, not celebrated, only present. Mara gave him work without ceremony. There were 2 loose hinges on the pantry door, a cracked handle on a flour scoop, and a chair that complained whenever anyone leaned back in it. Rowan repaired the hinge first, then the handle. The chair required more thought. Its back rail had loosened, where the wood joined the seat, not broken, but tired by years of use, and a confidence of villagers who leaned too trustingly after supper. Tovin came in while Rowan was examining it, and immediately declared that chairs were more stubborn than lanterns, because they believed people should hold themselves up. Mara replied that if Tovin held himself up half as well as the chair, they would all worry less. Sella arrived near midday with a bundle of pressed leaf or leaves, and asked whether Rowan had written his letter. Mara told her he had. Sella did not ask what it said. She only placed one of the pressed leaves on the counter beside him. "For the book," she said. The leaf was small and pale gold at the edges. "What does it remember?" Rowan asked. Someone sharpening a pencil slowly enough to say what he meant. Rowan looked at her. Sella's eyes twinkled, but her voice remained gentle. "The tree is fond of beginnings that do not hurry." He accepted the leaf and placed it inside the untitled book, between the page where he had written of resting or hiding and the page where he had written about staying badly. By afternoon, the village knew in the quiet way villages know things. Not the details of the letter, not Rowan's history, only that he was staying for a season. No one congratulated him, as if he had achieved something grand. No one asked where he would live, what work he would take, whether he planned to become one of them fully and forever. Instead, small adjustments appeared around him. Mara added his name to the supper count without asking. Tovin said he would need help checking the high lantern hooks before colder weather bent the branches lower. Sella mentioned that the register room had a box of cracked plaque frames, fortunately visible to anyone with repairable hands. Alone, passing near the rain pool, told him the upper moss bridge had a loose rail that could wait until tomorrow, but should not wait until winter. And they asked whether a seasonal person counted as a village person or a long guest. "What do you think?" Rowan asked. She studied him carefully. "A long guest sleeps in a room," she said. "A village person knows where the spare spoons are. I do not know that yet. You can learn." Then she opened her satchel and handed him a spoon. It was wooden, small, and carved with a crooked leaf at the end of its handle. "For practice," she said. Rowan accepted it with seriousness it deserved. As the afternoon softened, Mara sent him to the listening hollow with a basket of dried tea leaves for Elowen. He took the path slowly, not because he was tired, but because he no longer felt the need to arrive quickly in order to justify the journey. The hollow was quiet now, empty of leafful circles. A few pale impressions remained on the moss where the cloths had been spread. Tovin's 3 lantern frames still hung round the edge, unlit in daylight. The air smelled of leaf dust and cool earth. Alone sat on one of the root benches, repairing a strip of woven moss that had lifted from the edge of the path. She looked up as Rowan approached. "Mara's leaves," he said, holding out the basket. Alone accepted it. "And your letter? Written? Sent? Waiting for the peddler. Good. Letters also benefit from resting before travel." He sat on the bench nearby. For a while, Elowen continued working. Her fingers moved the moss into place with quiet precision, tucking the green threads around a small wooden peg. "I decided to stay for a season," Rowan said. "I heard, does the whole village know?" "The village knows the way soup knows salt has been added." He considered that, quietly, Then, thoroughly, the answer made him smile. Alone tied off a strand of moss and pressed it down. "Are you afraid?" she asked. "Yes," she nodded. "Good. That is not the answer I expected. Fear can be a truthful guest when it is not given the master room." Rowan looked across the hollow. "What am I afraid of?" Eowyn did not answer for him. He appreciated that. After a while, he said, "That I will make a home here and then one day need to leave. Or that I will leave and realize too late that I had been offered a home. Or that I will stay and become resentful again, because I do not know how to belong without turning it into work. Eowyn set down the moss strip. Then the season will teach you the right questions. And if it does not, then it will teach you your next questions." Wind moved softly through the hollow. A single ordinary leaf, brown at one edge, scraped gently over the moss near Rowan's boot. He watched it turn against a small stone and come to rest. "You know why the tree hums?" he asked. Eowyn looked toward the trunk rising beyond the hollow. It was the central question. Oh, he had asked versions of it before, but now it felt different in his mouth, less like curiosity from the outside, more like a question asked by someone willing to hear an answer that might require something of him. "The tree hums because memory moves," Eowyn said. Rowan waited. "People think memory is still," she continued. "A thing stored, a picture kept, a name carved, but memory is living work. It rises and settles, feeds and releases, thickens if ignored, clears when tended. The tree remembers not, because it wishes to remain in what has passed, but because nothing can grow well in soil that has forgotten what it holds." The hollow seemed to listen with him. "A hum keeps memory moving through the roots," Eowyn said. "Through the village, through those who arrive carrying more than they can name. It lets sorrow become wisdom when it can. That lets joy become nourishment. That lets old care feed new shelter. And when something has been held long enough, the hum helps it return to the earth." Rowan looked down at his hands. "So the tree remembers in order to let things change." "Yes." The answer entered him with the simplicity of water entering soil. Not to preserve everything, not to bind the village to the past, to let things change without losing what had mattered. That was why Seal could leave and still be held beneath the arch. Why Lasse could stay and not become trapped. Why the unnamed woman could be remembered by a cup. Why Rowan could write a letter to the life he had left, and remain, for now, under the tree. Eowyn picked up her work again. "Your season here will not be still," she said. "I thought staying meant stillness. Many travelers do. And what does it mean?" Alone threaded moss beneath the peg and pulled it gently into place. "It means letting change happen without fleeing before it can bless you." Rowan sat with that until the afternoon light began to lower. When he returned to the village square, the first evening preparations had begun. Lantern hooks checked, windows latched open or closed according to each house's preference. Supper smells rising. Children called home with names spoken softly enough that the tree might hear them too. The root and lantern glowed from within. Mara stood outside, speaking with Sella. She looked toward Rowan. They approached, and before she could say anything, he reached into his pocket and drew out the wooden token. It had warmed during his walk back from the hollow. He turned it over. Worse remained on the front. On the back, beneath the falling leaf and open lantern, something new had appeared beside the three roots. The tiny book. Its cover was open. Rowan looked at it for a long moment. Mara came closer. Sella leaned in, unashamedly curious. "What does it mean?" Sella asked, though Rowan suspected she had her own answer already. He ran his thumb over the tiny carved book. "That staying clearly requires a record," he said. Mara smiled. "Perhaps, or," Sella said, "that the tree likes your handwriting. Rowan laughed softly. The sound moved into the evening without hesitation. They went inside for supper. That night the table felt less like a place he had been invited to, and more like a place where his chair had begun to remember him. The wooden spoon for Mani lay beside his bowl, placed there by no hand he had seen. Tovin asked, without ceremony, whether Rowan preferred checking upper hooks before breakfast, or after, because apparently seasonal help should be consulted before being exploited. Mara told Tovin he was the only person in Alderroot capable of making exploitation sound like maintenance. Scylla said she had 3 plaque frames waiting whenever Rowan wished to discover regret. Alone drank tea, and said nothing, though her quiet felt approving. Rowan ate. He answered. He listened. When someone asked whether he would still be in room 7 through the week, he looked at Mara. Mara looked back. For now, he said. Not from fear, not from avoidance, from truth. For now. The words felt clean. Later, in room 7, Rowan placed the sealed copy of his letter in the untitled book, not the actual letter, which waited below in Mara's wooden box, but a copy he had written for himself before supper. He tucked Scylla's pressed leaf beside it and closed the cover. Then he opened to a fresh page and wrote, "The tree hums because memory moves." Below that, "I will stay for a season and decide again with honest feet." He paused, listening to the night gather outside. Then he added, "I am beginning to understand that roots do not end the road. They teach the road where to begin." The first hum rose beneath the village as he finished the sentence. It passed through the floorboards, through the legs of the table, through the frame of the bed, through the small room that had held him from stranger to seasonal guest. Rowan felt it in his hands, still resting beside the open book. No vision came, no question, only a deep, patient warmth, moving through the roots below, carrying memory as living water carries the taste of stone, leaf, and rain. He set the pencil down. Outside, the lanterns glowed among the wooden doors and moss bridges. The village settled. Road waited beyond the forest. No longer enemy, no longer escape. The letter waited in Mara's box for the peddler. The season waited ahead, full of hinges, lantern hooks, heat, rain, questions, and mornings that did not need to be fled. Rowan placed the token beside the book. Door, lantern, leaf, book, roots, stay. Then he looked at Lysa's pressed fern, faded and whole in its copper frame. For the days when staying is also a journey. Yes, he whispered, so softly that only the room and perhaps the tree could hear. Then he closed the window halfway against the cool night air, leaving just enough space for the scent of leaves to enter. Tomorrow the letter would still be waiting. Tomorrow the season would begin. Tomorrow he would check the upper lantern hooks, or mend plaque frames, or learn where the spare spoons were kept. But tonight there was nothing more to decide. Tonight the great tree hummed beneath him. The village glowed around him, and Rowan rested in the first quiet peace of choice made clearly. Not forever, not farewell, for a season, and for now, that was home enough. The morning Rowan became someone who was staying for a season. Alderroot did not change itself to celebrate him. No bells rang from the branches. No garlands appeared over the inn door. No one gathered in the square to mark the decision, and the great tree did not shake down a silver leaf or open a hidden door or send a vision through the floorboards. The village simply woke. That was better. Light came softly through the round window of room 7, touching the table first, then the floor, then the edge of the wool blanket where Rowan's hand rested, outside the covers. The air held the cool green scent of early morning. Somewhere below, Mara opened the inn's front door. Somewhere farther away, Water moved along the root channels that seal of the east rain had once helped shape. A bird called from high in the canopy, waited for an answer, and when none came, sang again anyway. Rowan opened his eyes and lay still for a moment. The room felt familiar now, though not claimed. Its shapes had entered him gently over the last days. The curved ceiling, the little shelf, the washstand, the round window, the chair by the table, the way shadows of leaves crossed the floor as morning moved. It had not become his room in the way a locked chest belongs to someone. It had become his room in the way a chair becomes yours because it has learned your weight. On the table lay the untitled book. Beside it rested Lisa's pressed fern in its copper frame. Beside that, the wooden token. Or lantern, leaf, book, roots. Stay. Rowan sat up and reached for the token first. It was cool from the night air. The carved word on the front remained unchanged. He turned it over, traced the small marks with his thumb, each one holding a piece of what Alderroot had taught him. Door that opened inward, lantern left open for light, falling leaf returned to the roots, book waiting to receive honest words, and the three roots meeting in one place, without becoming one another. He did not ask it for anything more, not today. He dressed slowly, washed, folded the blanket, and opened the untitled book to the last page he had written on. I will stay for a season, and decide again with honest feet. He read it once. Then beneath it, in the quiet of the waking room, he wrote, This morning I do not need to leave in order to be free. The sentence did not tremble under his hand. He waited a moment, then closed the book. Downstairs, the root and lantern was beginning its morning work. Mara stood behind the counter sorting small bundles of herbs into jars. A loaf cooled on the sideboard. The hearth had not yet been fully woken, but a bed of coals glowed beneath the ash, breathing orange where the air reached it. Mara looked up as Rowan came down. Good, she said. You are awake. Was that in doubt? No, but I prefer evidence. He smiled and came to the counter. She nodded toward a narrow wooden box beneath the shelf. The peddler comes today. Rowan's hand stilled where it had reached for a cup. Today, if the Western Ford behaved, if his mule behaved, if he did not stop too long at Briarfant argue over button prices. So, today, or almost today. Mara took the wooden box from the shelf and opened it. Inside lay several letters tied in string, a small parcel wrapped in brown cloth, and Rowan's envelope to Elan. It rested on top now, where Mara had placed it, cream-colored and quiet, carrying his handwriting toward a life he had not finished understanding. He looked at it for a long moment. The fear that rose was not strong enough to stop him. It was only the natural feeling of seeing a truth prepare to travel beyond his control. Mara did not ask whether he wished to take it back. That was another kindness. Instead, she said, Tea before letters leave. Always. So he drank tea. He ate bread with herb butter. He watched the morning brighten through the window. Tovin passed outside carrying 3 lantern hooks and looked in long enough to accuse Mara's front lamp of leaning again. Annie appeared a few moments later with Celia's satchel across her shoulder and something wrapped in cloth under one arm. She opened the door without knocking, which seemed to be a privilege she had earned by being Annie. I was told, she announced, that Rowan does not know where the spare spoons are. Mara looked at Rowan, a serious failing. I was unaware of the requirement. That is how most failings begin, Annie said. She placed the cloth bundle on the table and unwrapped it. Inside were spoons, 6 of them, wooden, clay, horn, and 1 small metal spoon, with a handle bent slightly to the left. Each seemed to have its own history. One had a leaf carved into it, one a star, one a little door, one no decoration at all. Annie arranged them in a row with great care. "These are not the regular spoons," she said. "Those are in the drawer everyone sees. These are spare spoons." "What makes a spoon spare?" "It is needed when someone unexpected becomes expected." Rowan looked at Mara. Mara was very busy pretending to check a jar label. Annie pointed to a narrow cupboard near the far end of the counter. "They go there. Second shelf, behind the blue bowls, but not behind the green bowls, because the green bowls chip if you reach past them too quickly." Rowan walked to the cupboard and opened it. There were the blue bowls. There were the green bowls. Behind the blue bowls was a small open space lined with cloth. He placed the spoons there one by one. Annie watched closely. When he had finished, she nodded. "Now you know." "I do." "That makes you a little more village than yesterday." "A little?" "A spoon amount." Mara set a cup in front of Annie. "That is one of the better measurements." Annie accepted the cup and climbed onto a chair. "I also brought a question." "Only one?" Mara asked. "I chose mercy." Rowan sat opposite her. Annie opened flap of seal a satchel and pulled out a folded paper. On it she had written, with several corrections, "If someone stays for a season, does the season know?" Rowan read the question slowly. Then he handed it back. "I think the season learns as it goes." Annie considered this answer with the seriousness of a judge, a scholar, and a child all at once. "That is acceptable," she said. From outside came the sound of a bell, not a village bell, not high or ceremonial. Only a small handbell rung twice, then once again after a pause. Mara looked toward the door. The peddler. Rowan felt the letter before he looked at it. Mara took the wooden box, lifted out the outgoing bundle, and placed Rowan's envelope with the others. She tied them together with string and handed the bundle to him. "You may give it to him yourself." He accepted it. The bundle was light. This surprised him. He had expected the letter to feel heavy, but it did not. Once written, once folded, once placed among other people's letters, it had become part of the ordinary movement of the world. Not a confession burning in his pocket, not a stone tied to his wrist, only paper carrying words where they needed to go. He stepped outside with Mara and Annie. The peddler stood in the square beside a small gray mule, whose ears looked permanently unimpressed. The cart behind him was narrow enough for the forest road and covered with a patchwork awning. Bundles hung from its sides, cloth, twine, tin cups, buttons, dried apples, paper packets, a stack of pans, and a cluster of little bells tied together with string. The peddler himself was round-shouldered and cheerful-eyed, with a beard that had made several decisions in different directions. Sella was already there, handing him a list. Tovin stood nearby, inspecting a crate of glass pieces with suspicion. Eloin spoke quietly to the mule, who seemed to prefer her to everyone else. The peddler saw Mara and lifted a hand. "Letters?" "Letters," Mara said. Rowan stepped forward. The peddler looked at him, then at the bundle in his hand. His gaze was curious, but not intrusive. "New hand," he said. "For a season," Rowan replied. The words came easily enough. The peddler accepted the bundle. Seasonal hands mend useful things. Had a seasonal hand fix my cart axle once. Stayed 3 weeks in a place called Nettleford, and left behind 7 repaired stools and 1 broken engagement. "Then we will keep him away from stools," Mara said. The peddler laughed softly and tucked the letters into a waxed leather pouch at his side. Rowan watched the envelope disappear. That was all. No wind rose. No great revelation passed through him. The letter did not resist leaving. It went into the pouch with the others and became part of the road. The peddler stayed for an hour. Alderroot, which had seemed sleepy at dawn, became gently lively around him. Villagers came with parcels, lists, requests, questions about thread colors, nail sizes, and whether the outer towns had seen frost yet. Tovin argued over green glass. Stella bartered for ink, and they examined a tray of buttons, as if each one might contain a philosophical flaw. Mara bought salt, two packets of cinnamon, and a bolt of plain cloth. Rowan helped carry bundles from the cart to the inn. No one told him to. He simply did it. He carried the salt first, and the cloth in a small wrapped parcel for Elowin. He helped Tovin lift the glass crate. Though Tovin insisted he had not needed help, and then immediately thanked him for preventing a tragedy of unnecessary transparency. He held the mule's lead while the peddler adjusted a strap. He fetched water from the rain pool and poured it into a shallow bowl so the mule could drink. The work did not feel like proof. It felt like participation. By midday, the peddler was ready to leave. He climbed onto the cart, clicked his tongue, and the mule took 3 slow steps before stopping to look back at Elowin. Alone said something too soft for Rowan to hear. The mule seemed satisfied, and the cart began moving toward the forest road. Rowan stood beside Mara at the edge of the square. A letter was leaving with it. The cart passed beneath the arching roof, where the welcome sign stood. Its wheels turned slowly over the path dust. Little bells tied to its side gave a faint, irregular chime, bright but not sharp. Then the peddler and his mule slipped between the outer trees, and the forest folded gently around them. For a moment, Rowan felt the old road wake inside him, not as hunger, not as escape, only recognition. The road was still there. It would carry his letter. It might carry him some day. It had carried him here. It was not his enemy, and it had not been erased by roots. He breathed in. The ache that came was soft enough to hold. Mara stood quietly beside him. "You all right?" she asked. "Yes," he said, and he was. Not perfectly, not permanently, but truly, yes. In the afternoon Rowan began his first seasonal task. Tovin took him to the upper lantern hooks, as promised, and together they checked the long curved rails where winter winds might trouble the hanging lamps. And he followed with a notebook, recording which hooks complained, which pretended not to complain, which were probably innocent. Tovin objected to her categories, until one hook broke in precisely the way she had predicted, at which point he declared that children were only occasionally unbearable. Rowan repaired to hooks properly, marked 3 for replacement. From the upper path he could see the road where the peddler had gone, though only in glimpses between trunks. He looked once, and turned back to the lantern rail, without forcing himself either to stare or to look away. After the hooks, Sella gave him plaque frames to mend, not 3, because she said seasonal workers should not be frightened off before they had learned the tea schedule. Alone asked him to help carry a basket of moss pegs to the lower doors, but did not take him through them. Mara showed him the pantry shelf, where flour was kept, and the drawer everyone saw, where the regular spoons lived, and finally, because Annie insisted upon verification, the cupboard behind the blue bowls. "There," Annie said. "Now spare spoons know him." Tovin, passing with the lantern frame, said, "I envy their certainty." The day softened into evening with a calm that felt earned but not strenuous. Supper at the Root and Lantern was simple and full. Soup with mushrooms and thyme, bread still warm enough to steam when broken, sliced pears, a little dish of plum preserve Sella had brought days before and claimed everyone had forgotten unfairly, tea made from lufol leaves, faintly sweet and smelling of rain-washed wood. Rowan sat in the chair that had begun to remember him. The wooden spoon Annie had given him lay beside his bowl. He used it without comment. No one remarked on it. That somehow made it matter more. Conversation moved gently around the table. Tovin spoke of lantern hooks and the arrogance of damp metal. Sella told Annie that questions did not need blankets, but might benefit from shells. Mara corrected the peddler's account of Nettleford from memory, though she had not been there, and admitted this weakened her authority only slightly. Rowan listened more than she spoke, then said one sentence about mules knowing the true measure of roads, which silenced everyone just long enough to prove it had been important. Rowan laughed softly with them. He answered when spoken to. He passed bread before being asked. He knew where the salt stood, and somewhere in the middle of the meal, without announcement, he realized that he had not once wondered how soon he could leave the room. After supper, the village entered its final evening of the story, though, of course, the village did not know it was final. For Alderroot, it was only one evening among many. Lanterns were tended. Doors were closed against the cool. Children were called home. Water moved over stones. Moss bridges darkened. Fireflies chose their places freely. Rowan stepped outside after helping Mara clear the table. The great tree rose above him, immense and familiar now in a way that did not make it smaller. If anything, it seemed larger for being known a little. Its roots held homes, paths, memories, rooms, names, letters, tools, tea, sleep, and the small imperfect courage of people who stayed, left, returned, rested, remembered, and began again. The first hum came while he stood beneath the inn lantern. It moved through the root path into his feet, not as summons, not as question, as welcome. A lantern beside the door glowed with one steady firefly. Its little door remained open. Above it the sign of the root and lantern moved slightly in the evening air. From somewhere near the rain pool came the soft sound of Annie's voice, probably asking someone whether stones remembered being mountains. Tovin answered from farther away that stones were famously private. Sella laughed. Mara stood inside the inn, stacking cups. Rowan crossed a moss bridge with an empty basket over one arm. Rowan reached into his pocket and took out the wooden token. It was warm. He turned it over, expecting perhaps one more carving, one final mark to complete the pattern. But no new symbol had appeared. At first he felt a flicker of disappointment. Then he understood. Nothing more needed to be added. The token had not been a map of everything that would happen to him. It had only carried the first language of his arrival: gore, lantern, leaf, book, roots, stay. Enough. He held it a moment longer, then closed his fingers around it. Mara came to stand beside him. "No new mark?" she asked. "No. Good." He looked at her. She smiled without explaining. He did not ask. Together they watched Alderroot glow. The second hum came later, after the last bowls had dried and the inner's lower lamps had been turned down. Rowan helped cover the bread, checked the pantry latch, and placed the spare cloths where Mara showed him. The actions were small and slow, perfect for the deepening hour. "Room 7 still suits you?" Mara asked. "Yes, it may suit you for the season, or it may not. There is a small room above the old storage root, if you decide you would rather have a place with fewer opinions. I thought old rooms all had opinions. They do, but some mutter less." He smiled. "Room 7 can keep me for now." "For now," Mara said. The words held no doubt, only permission. Before going upstairs, Rowan stepped once more to the counter where Mara kept the outgoing letter-box. It was empty now, except for one small parcel addressed in Sella a hand. His letter was gone, not lost, not taken, gone in the right way. He touched the edge of the box, then turned toward the stair. Room 7 received him quietly. He set the wooden token on the table. Beside it, Lysis Fern. Beside that, the untitled book. The letter copy remained tucked inside, along with Sella's pressed leaf. He opened to a fresh page, and stood for a moment with the pencil in hand. There was so much he could have written. The peddler came. The letter left, and he showed me the spare spoons. I know where the salt stands. The road is still there, and I am not afraid of it tonight. He chose one line. Today I stayed without hiding. He looked at it for a long while. Then, beneath it, he wrote, "For a season I will let the roots teach me how to begin again." He closed the book. Outside, the third hum began. It rose slowly from beneath the village, deeper than the first two, warmer than the cooling air at the window. It moved through the root stair, the inn walls, the floorboards, the bed frame, the little table, the cup on the washstand, the glass around Lausef fern, the grain of the wooden token, and the closed cover of the book. Rowan stood still and listened. The hum carried no vision tonight, no hidden door, no old room, no remembered table, no future road, no question waiting to be answered before sleep. Only peace. Not the thin peace that comes from avoiding everything difficult. A deeper peace, the kind that knows the road still exists. The letter has gone. The past has not been erased, and the future has not been solved, yet the present is safe enough to rest inside. He changed for bed. He folded his clothes over the chair. He placed his boots beside the door, not pointed outward, not tucked away, simply resting together. He poured a little water into the basin for morning. He closed the window halfway, leaving room for the scent of leaves. Then he lay beneath the wool blanket and turned toward the round window. Alderroot glowed beyond it. He could see the nearest lanterns along the root path, dim now but steady. He could see leaf shadows moving softly across the glass. Farther out, between the roots, other windows shone low and warm. The village had settled into its night shape. Every home held in the ancient curve of the tree, every bridge silvered faintly, every doorway known to those who needed it. Somewhere below, Mara banked the hearth. Somewhere in the lantern shed, Tolvin's tools rested in rows beneath the scent of lavender. Somewhere near the rain pool, Annie's satchel lay beside her bed, carrying stones, questions, a letter from Seal, and perhaps a reading leaf tucked safely into her book. Somewhere in the register room, Sella's pressed leaves dry beside old names. Somewhere near the lower roots, Elowen's moss doors slept beneath their green curtains. And beneath all of them, around all of them, through all of them, the great tree hummed. It remembered roads and rain. It remembered bowls placed before the hungry. It remembered hands mending worn straps and opening old lantern vents. It remembered names carved into plaques and names never given. It remembered travelers who stayed one night, and travelers who stayed a lifetime, and travelers who stayed just long enough to learn how to leave honestly. It remembered Rowan setting down his pack. It remembered him taking up a pencil. It remembered the letter folded and sent. And now, gently, it began to remember, not only as the tired traveler who had arrived at dusk, but as the man asleep in room 7, staying for a season beneath the leaves. Rowan's breathing slowed. The hum became softer, or perhaps he drifted farther into it. His last waking thought was not a question, not even a promise, only an image. Roots deep in the dark earth, branches wide in moonlight, and between them a village, glowing warmly, where every home had a door, every lantern had an opening, every memory had somewhere to move, and every tired heart was allowed, at last, to rest. The tree hummed, the leaves shifted, the fireflies dimmed, and beneath the giant branches of Alderroot, safe among moss bridges, wooden doors, lantern light, and the warm quiet of a room that had learned his name, Rowan slept.